be looked at and say this is the nodal agency. And hence this special purpose vehicle is used to coordinate with different departments and as per the requirement work with the departments, if necessary channelize the funds also through the departments to ensure that this is implemented. Now when it comes to externally aided projects like the Meghalaya project, which is implemented again as I said by MBDA, the JICA funds, the organizations also, they will not be able to speak to forest department separately, soil conservation department separately, the ADCs separately, the CNRD department, the water resource department, so on and so forth. Multiple departments need to be engaged. And hence, when the SPV is present, the SPV is the agency to which JICA or NDB or KFW or ADB, any of these large institutions can then coordinate. So therefore, this is a SPV, and the necessity of channelizing these funds and engaging with the SPV is necessary because these are cross-sectoral works that need to be done and multiple departments are involved in it. And also just to rectify, Honorable Member was mentioning that 2,000 crores have been spent. Sir, it's not 2,000, it's about 200, just to rectify that. And just to share also with the Honorable Member that an example of the project that we'd like to share is the project for the year 2024-2025. And if you look at that particular year, there is 182 crores that was spent. And out of this 182 crores, Meghalaya was 130 crores. So therefore, it's an externally aided project. And therefore, these funds are not coming out fully from the state government. Of course, state government has to give about 28%. The rest, 72%, is a grant that comes to us, a loan which is repaid back by Government of India. So that externally aided project, that's the amount of 130 crores of Meghalaya, which I just shared the details also, is part of this project. So therefore, that is what the entire reason is and the purpose is. And a lot of times the externally aided agencies also, a lot of them stress on having a society, an SPV, or even a registered company to implement these projects.
Next question, please. Sorry, next supplementary.
Yes. Another supplementary. Sir, to you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Okay, everyone are aware about the fact there is another office under the planning department with a similar name, that is Meghalaya Basin Management Agency. I'm stating this because there is often some confusion for the general public between this Meghalaya Basin Management Agency and Meghalaya Basin Development Authority. To you, Mr. Speaker, sir, may I seek a clarification from Honorable Chief Minister, the different roles played by these two different offices with similar names.
So though this is outside the purview of the question because there are two different agencies, but in the interest of clarity, I'll be happy to reply to the Honorable Member's query. So the MBDA was established in 2012 under the Societies Registration Act 1860. And it is, as I mentioned, a special purpose vehicle, and it is a society as per the registration. So the MBMA is a not-for-profit establishment, a company. It's a company. MBMA is a company, is a not-for-profit company established under Section 8 of the Companies Act 2013. And that is the first distinction between these two organizations. One is the MBDA, it's a society, it is a SPV, whereas the Meghalaya Basin Management Agency is a not-for-profit company. Now, why was the Meghalaya Basin Management Agency, the MBMA, brought into being? Is because some of the externally aided agencies, for example, in this case, I would use the example of IFAD. So the IFAD had stressed and put a condition to the state government that this particular externally aided project of LAMP must be implemented by a not-for-profit registered company under the Companies Act. So it was a requirement made by the necessary agency. As I said, sir, the SPVs, of course, both of them are SPVs, but as I said, one is under the Societies Act and one is under the Companies Act. And MBMA was, as I said, the IFAD had asked for this company to be formed to fund this. Now, a lot of people may feel that why a private company and why should this be, isn't it wrong to bring a company? So let me just share with you that the reason why the IFAD had stressed on the fact that this should be a not-for-profit company under Section 8 of the Companies Act is because the scrutiny and the audit is much more stricter under the Companies Act. So just to give an example to everybody, under the Societies Act, there is only a requirement for one audit to be done, which is done by the statutory body, a statutory audit, which is by agencies that are empowered by the AG themselves. And so that's what the MBDA goes through. So under the societies, only one audit is done. Whereas under the Companies Act, in every year, there are 3 audits that are done. One audit is an internal audit, which is a must. Second audit is a statutory audit, which is done by the agency, identified by the AG himself. And third is an audit done by the AG himself. So there are 3 levels of audit done when it comes under the Companies Act, which means it's much more stricter. There are board meetings that need to be done on a regular basis, reports have to be sent. So IFAD insisted that there has to be an agency in that line, and that is why the MBMA has come up. And as I said, it's much more structured, much more monitored, and the audit is much more stricter. And that is why this particular MBMA was also brought in. But as I said, the primary question is to do with MBDA. But in the interest of clarification, I thought there's a good opportunity for me to clarify to the House. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Honorable Chief Minister, for your clarification. So another supplementary through you, Mr. Speaker, sir, for the best interests of the August House, since we could understand the difference between these two. So I would like to, coming back to Meghalaya Basin Development Authority, will the Chief Minister kindly clarify whether Meghalaya Basin Development Authority is authorized to implement only externally aided project taken up in the state of Meghalaya, or it can implement centrally sponsored flagship programs as well, just like government departments. May I get a clarification, sir?
So the SPV, as I said, is meant to coordinate, number one, cross-sectoral development projects, and number 2, also very innovative projects that are there. Hence, in short, sir, there is no stopping the agency as such or limiting the agency that they cannot implement state or central schemes. But majority of the work and the schemes that are being done are projects that are, as I said, cross-sectoral, and the majority of them are externally aided projects. Some of them, yes, are projects that are through the state government, as well as there are projects that are through the central government also, sir. So it depends on the objective of the program, and if the project or the objective requires that there has to be cross-sectoral coordination between different departments, then MBDA can be engaged.
Another supplementary. So if that is the case, why is there a need to have a separate authority, an agency to implement externally aided project taken up in the state of Meghalaya? Logically, it sounds superfluous and unnecessary. Why can line department of Government of Meghalaya implement. All such externally aided projects are government department and government official are incapable. May I get a clarification, Honorable Chief Minister?
Sir, absolutely not. The departments are very capable and they are doing an extremely good job. And just to share with the Honorable Member that the budgets of the different departments have been increasing year on year. So it's not that we are cutting the budgets of the departments and putting this money into the SPV and through MBDA and implementing it. No, sir. So the normal projects in the schemes that are implemented by the departments, projects that are very specific to that department and the schemes that are specific to those departments are continuing to be implemented, and many more schemes. As I mentioned, sir, in the last 7 years, our budget has gone up from 9,000 plus crores, today touching 30,000 crores, sir. And therefore, every department, the money has increased. So the question of departments not working, not engaging is actually incorrect. They are engaging and they are working. So that's number one, and they're very capable. And that's why the budgets have gone up significantly, sir. Number two, sir, why an SPV or an agency to implement the externally aided project? Sir, I've explained this in the beginning, but I will go through it again for the benefit of the Honorable Member, that these are, sir, cross-sectoral. Now, let me just give an example. That the Meghalaya project, where we have given 130 crores last year, to be channelized, because the word you use, channelized, to be channelized through MBDA, 130 crores out of the 180 was the Meghalaya project. Now, sir, the aims of this project, I'm repeating again, is to restore degraded forest. Now, restoration of degraded forest is primarily done by Forest Department and to some extent by Soil Conservation Department, and in some cases, some activities being done by different departments, even Water Resource does, even CNRD does, so on and so forth, sir. So the degraded forest, now this objective, that aim that has to be achieved. Now JICA speaks to who? Do they speak to Forest Department? Do they speak to Soil Conservation Department? Or do they speak to CNRD Department? So JICA has to then engage with 3 departments. Rejuvenation of springs primarily is done by Water Resource, Soil Conservation Department. And other agencies also, their own level, CNRD also invest some of the money of MGNRHS to rejuvenate the springs. At the same time, sometimes even Forest Department and other departments also take up projects at small scale. So different departments are mandated to do the same work in their own capacity, but of course there's a major department that handles it. So now for rejuvenation of springs, the second objective in this particular EAP, does JICA speak to soil conservation? Do they speak to CNRD? Or do they speak to forest? Third is to promote sustainable livelihood. This is the third objective of this particular externally aided project. Now when it comes to promotion of sustainable livelihood, tourism also is working on sustainable livelihood. Your agriculture also is working on sustainable livelihood. We have entrepreneurship programs under Prime and other programs. CNRD has got the NRLM where we have sustainable livelihood. So does JICA speak to CNRD? Do they speak to Prime? Do they speak to tourism? Do they speak to CNRD? So within each objective, there are different departments handling the work that is the mandate of this particular EAP. And hence, in order to ensure that there is good coordination, and it's not that we are going to implement it only purely that MBDA is going to handle and only going to implement. Wherever the requirement of support is there, from the line departments are engaged. But it's just the question of coordination and channelizing things. And of course, yes, there are projects that are implemented directly also, where it's required. Because again, it's cross-sectoral. But point being, sir, at the end of the day, that this is purely being done because of 2 factors. Number one, that there are multiple departments that are involved, and coordination has to be done through multiple departments. And number 2, there are certain very, very innovative projects that again are not within the purview of, say, one particular department that comes in. So I'll just give you an example of one such project for the knowledge of the House, which is a feasibility study on the Meghalaya carbon financing on nature-based solution. So this is what we call the carbon credits. Now, as I said, this again involves multiple departments to be engaged in. And I just want to share with you that through this particular project, which was headed by, again, engaged through MBDA, farmers have actually, and people have started getting carbon credits for the first time. And I had just recently distributed checks in Bakbara for these carbon credits. And these are banks, international banks that had come, a bank called Rabo Bank, which is a European-based bank in one of the European nations. And they have come in and studied the carbon credits, and they've said that the potential is so high in Meghalaya that farmers and our local people can get a lot of support. So these kind of innovative projects, which are again very, very technical in nature and require multiple departments and multiple agencies to work together, are projects that are taken up by MBMA. So therefore, as I said, to conclude, sir, on this particular point, that there is no question of saying that our team is not competent. They are very competent. And that is the reason why we have been enhancing the budgets of the departments year on year. But as I said, because of the mandate of the projects, which are multi-sectoral, there needs to be an agency or an SPV that helps in coordinating with the departments and engaging with the financing body.
Thank you, Honorable Chief Minister, for your reply. So I'll be raising more, another more supplementary.
This is your last.
Yes. This is going to be fifth
fifth
supplementary.
one,
Yeah, another two more, I think.
No, only 5. You're allowed only 5 supplementary.
Only 5, okay. Thank you. Anyway, sir, thank you so much. So since it is a very technical subject, so may I know from Honorable Chief Minister, does it have, in implementing such projects, different projects, does it have its own technical expert under its payroll? Or does it have to rely and depend on official from government department? May I get a clarification, please?
Sir, we engage both, sir. As I mentioned, the objective is to achieve the goal and to implement the projects. And wherever the support of technical expertise which are available in the departments are there, it is taken as per requirement. And wherever MBMA has to engage people, they engage people. So it is all based on the need at the hour and the availability of the manpower and the technical expertise that we have. So therefore, sir, it all depends. But point is that it is open, and we obviously engage wherever required with the departments also, as well as experts, if you have to bring them on board.
Yes, Karpran. Karpran, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. May I know from the Honorable Chief Minister, since we know that MBDA is multi-sectoral, so this has got so many branches. One of them is watershed and natural resource management, which deals with the catchment protection, rivers rejuvenation, and water security. So I want to know from the Honorable Chief Minister, how many catchments have been treated in East Cousins the last 3 years?
Sir, project-specific information I will not have with me. For that, sir, I'll require notice of how many catchment areas. But we have projects, as mentioned correctly, to have the catchment area here for the Shillong water supply, as well as the Tura water supply. These two areas of catchment for the water catchment areas, the projects are going on as we speak. Details, as I said, it's not available with me right now, how many locations, how many springs, or how many rivers, or whatever, not rivers, in the hectares and the forest areas which have been captured and protected. But the engagement is on, project is on, and activity is on, especially in the catchment areas for Shillong and Tura water supply.
So,
One more.
will the,
Sorry.
will the Honorable
Please.
Chief Minister please mention the name of the financial institutions that are funding MBDA?
Sir, MBDA is funded by multiple agencies. I can go through some of them. I may not have all of them. So the first one is the Meghalaya, which is one of the larger ones. It's funded by JICA. The Meg Arise project, this is funded by KFW. In fact, this is the project, sir, where the catchment area work is going on. So the project focuses on Umyu and Ganol catchment area. It's a 344 crore project where we requiring support from the forestry department, soil and water conservation department to secure the water for Shillong and Tura. So this again, as I said, is being done in collaboration with different departments. Then, sir, we have, of course, the state also has got certain programs that we are running, which again are multi-sectoral, which we get, and in fact, even central schemes that are there, we are funding through this project. And yes, sir. So these are the main funding agencies.
Thank you, sir. So I want to know what is the mode of recruitment in MBDA, sir?
Sir, I'm thankful to the honorable member for asking this particular question. Sir, of course, recruitment is a very important part, and the MBDA, in fact, has got one of the most structured procedures for recruitment in any of the agencies that are there. It's being run in a very, very professional manner, and all the procedures where the necessary qualifications, the necessary documents, and of course the necessary exams or interviews that have to be held, all are conducted in a very, very professional and very, very transparent manner. And I do take this opportunity to also share with our honorable members that currently there are about 729 employees who are working in MBDA. And the August House would be happy to know that all the 729 people are local people who are working here. And this, again, as I said, is done on a very professional manner. There is a HR policy that has been created, and based on that HR policy, the entire recruitment is being done. And in fact, entire process of even aspects of promotion or different postings and different scales that they receive. All of this, again, is something that has been worked out in this HR policy.
Dr. Mukul Sangma.
Mr. Speaker, sir, just tempted to ask some questions. In fact, this whole concept of MBDA was something which was out-of-the-box approach to ensure better access to all the developmental initiatives of the government across the state and bringing in convergence. The concept of building partnership amongst the stakeholders for ensuring sustainable livelihood. That's the concept. So out-of-the-box approach. But from the questions which are being put by the honorable members, I find that there is some skepticism, some negative perception on this very, very innovative and important initiative. In fact, MBDA and this whole concept of IBDLP is an instrument to enable the state to access to all those funds under EAP. And we are happy that we have substantial quantum of money which has come to the state. And we are seeing the whole implementation across the states. We are very happy. In fact, when we initiated this program, it was appreciated by Government of India, it was appreciated by Planning Commission, because the whole concept was to bring convergence of all the states which were working in silos. Therefore, I think the reason of skepticism have to be also looked at. the idea of involving the stakeholders as partners must happen. Now, last session I heard Honorable Member from Rongjeng asking about the informations pertaining to various programs being implemented in his area. And it is same with me. People have to know where are the money coming from, what are the objectives. So the objective of the whole program, which is funded by EAPs, which was channelized through MBDA, it has to fulfill its objective in the right earnest. Now, I did some auditing of some of the projects. So will I get some categorical response from the Honorable Chief Minister in respect to really creating that whole original concept of convergence. I know that there is a convergence, but then what Soil Conservation Department is doing, the other departments don't know. What the Forest Department is doing, the other departments don't know. See, earlier when we had this program funded by IFA, we had this Northeastern Region Community Resource Management Project sponsored by Ministry of Donor, implemented through NEC, IFA programs. We saw that these programs, after having been implemented, all these programs which were initiated got dislocated and people were left high and dry. Number of self-help groups, because that sustainability part comes. Now here, therefore, what are the programs under various other interventions? MITP, for example. MITP is again designed to converge with this. Now, how the various components of Meghalaya Integrated Transport Program is being integrated to achieve the objective of these various programs which is designed under the MBDA. So I would like to see how very effectively this can be done with the involvement of the stakeholders, and how the Honorable Chief Minister can assure us that all the MLAs are involved, because the whole concept is building partnership and the people must know what exactly is being done. So can I get this categorical response from the Honorable Chief Minister, how to dispel this skepticism and negative perception which is prevailing? It is a fact. Therefore, I think we will have to find out what are the reasons, which are the areas which we should improve, so that we will leverage upon these and get more fun.
So just to share with the House, based on the points mentioned by the Honorable Elo, that the overall implementation of different externally aided projects has in fact been going on very, very well. And even the results have been very good. And that in fact has led to the externally aided projects to increase from an amount of 1,300 crores in 2018 to today at 11,324 crores. Almost 10 times increase in the externally aided projects in the last 7 years is taking place. And it is only a testament to the fact that the government has been able to implement the externally aided projects in a very, very efficient manner. So we are engaging with all stakeholders at every level, because this is only possible if all stakeholders are involved. Regarding the aspects of the information, so the information is completely transparent. Every aspect of MBDA is available on its website. Every single aspect of what project is going on where, and what kind of involvement is taking place, what are the different locations that have been selected. All this information is very, very much readily available on the different websites of the departments, of the MBDA, as well as the MBMA. And at the same time, sir, our reports, we have tabled the MBMA report also. Soon we'll be tabling the MBDA reports, the annual reports, the audited reports that are compulsory for us. Of course, the MBDA is a society, so it's not mandated to be tabled on the House, but the MBMA, and that's again the reason I was explaining that it's more strict because we have to lay the reports, the audited reports of the MBMA in the assembly. Whereas for the MBDA, being a society, it's not mandatory. And that's why we laid the report of the MBMA, I think yesterday or day before yesterday, I can't remember. So therefore, so engagement is on, and we'll take the suggestions of the Honorable LO and see how we can further engage others to also participate. It will be nice. In fact, we can have the MLAs also converge the MLA and SRWP schemes also with the MBMA. So that also will have more better results also in the long run. So it can benefit. Yes, sir. Why not? Why not, sir? So we can actually examine all these aspects and see how we can converge even further and ensure that all different stakeholders can work together for the larger interest of the people of our state.
Some more clarification, Mr. Speaker, sir. I appreciate the response of the Honorable Chief Minister. Yes, convergence, involvement of MLAs, and utilizing the fund from SRWP for convergence, we have been doing it. In fact, I'm glad that Honorable Chief Minister went and inaugurated one of the bridge in my constituency, which was constructed with the fund from MGNREGS and MLA scheme, though he forgot to invite me, I think. Yes, that was in 2022. So I think that is where, maybe it is the flip-flop from the district administration, but I think CM should have been wondering why the MLA is not there, who is also an LO. So I think there are many lacuna. That's the reason why I think this perception is prevailing. We have to understand, this perception should not be allowed, because MBDA and this whole approach has really benefited the states. But I would like to know from the Honorable Minister, besides the proposals which were posted to the concerned ministries, because all these programs which should be funded by EAP has to be routed through Government of India, the Ministry of Finance, including the approvals of different line of ministries. So from 2012 onwards till now, how many proposals have been posted? Because we have done quite an exhaustive homework and engaged also quite a number of experts to leverage upon their expertise to ensure that we are in a, we stand on a strong wicket to ensure that we prevail on convincing the Government of India. Besides, of course, the credit rating of the state. So, Mr. Speaker, sir, I would like to know from the Honorable Chief Minister, in view of the benefit that the state has received thus far from this initiative, how many proposals, besides the names of the proposals can be shared in this August House, from 2012 till now, with the respective date of proposal submitted to the concerned ministries. It will enlighten us, because we want to be assured that efforts are being made to leverage upon the whatever strides we have made in this endeavor of the state to receive support from the EAPs.
Thank you, sir, to the Honorable LO. And let me assure him, sir, the invitation was not, it's not the invitation didn't go on purpose. I'm sure there was some communication gap. But I have always made it a point, to all our deputy commissioners that in all programs, our local MLAs must be involved. It is irrespective of political affiliation, but it is something, that instruction which has been gone from my side. But sometimes there are communication gaps, but we'll ensure that these kind of things should not be happening in the future. And also want to share to the Honorable LO that there is a part of Chief Minister's Special Development Fund also in that.
So through convergence.
Yes, it was through convergence.
That's what is convergence.
Sir, I do not have the list of all the projects that we have submitted to the Government of India through the Department of Economic Affairs, Government of India, in terms of the dates when they were submitted, and the full list of all the projects which have not yet been, the LOA has not, the loan signing has not been done. But I do have the list of the projects where the signing has been done. So I'll be happy to share it, or I can read it. I just mentioned in summary that there are 16 projects where the signing has been completed, and the total amount of this, as I mentioned earlier, is amounting to 11,324 crores. And just to share with the House, this is definitely one of the highest that any of the smaller states has received, especially the northeastern states. This is the highest that any of the smaller states has received. So it's a very, very big achievement by the state government that we have received 11,324 crores worth of externally aided projects. And for the benefit of all the members, I want to repeat once again, and LO has very categorically mentioned that these are great sources of funding for us. Because in the cases of northeastern states and the special category states, the loan component, which amounts to about 72%, is completely repaid back by the government of India. And hence, this is almost, like a grant that comes to us. It is a grant, sir, 70%, 72% grant. And 28%, which has to be borne by the state government, we have to pay it in advance. So it's not a loan component. So 28% is the contribution of the state, 72% is the loan component given through Government of India to us, repaid back by Government of India and not by the state government. So therefore, a lot of people have felt that we're taking loan and on. So this is not a loan. This is a grant for us, and it's a great way to get resources. I also want to, on a lighter note, share with you, sir, that in my last meetings with the Honorable Finance Minister, the Honorable Finance Minister ultimately, and the department, the Finance Ministry, had to put a ceiling on the number of externally aided projects that states could take, because Meghalaya was taking all the externally aided projects. And they ended up putting a ceiling saying that how can Meghalaya take all the externally aided projects? They cannot. So they put a ceiling and they stopped the projects because we were taking too many projects. And of course, they have a reason for it, that Meghalaya is putting the proposals, we are implementing it well, but at the end of the day, it is Government of India that has to repay back the loans. And so they were under tremendous pressure because we were continuously engaging. And the fact that we've been getting so many projects is because of the overall capacity of the state to put in the projects as well as to implement the projects. Thank you, sir.
Mr. Speaker, sir, last one.
I
Based
think
on the
this
response.
particular question is gone more
No,
than
this
40
is
minutes.
important, Mr. Speaker, sir. One response again from the Honorable Chief Minister. In view of the substantial amount of fund from public exchequer which has been spent for utilizing the services of consultants for preparation of all these proposals since 2012, I think it is only important and appropriate for the government to follow up all. Though we have not reached up to the signing, but then I think following up is important because these are all beautiful programs capable of really bringing that whole kind of transformative changes we require in our socio-economic landscape. Therefore, I would like to get an categorical assurance from the Chief Minister that we will pursue those programs also, because substantial amount of fund from public exchequer has been spent, and so that Meghalaya remains the pioneer and lead with an example of being one of the states which is capable of bringing in fund required through innovative approach, out-of-box approach.
Yes, sir. In fact, we have been doing that, and again, I'm happy to inform that we have been able to close almost all the proposals that have been submitted. So we've been very successful in following up and and sanctioning the projects and getting the loan component signed. Loan means it said loan, sir, but because that's a technical word. But again, the loan is repaid back by the Government of India. I just want to reiterate. So absolutely correct. We are doing that, sir. And our strike rate, I should say, has been very good. Most of the projects we have submitted have been cleared. And as I said, 16 numbers have been cleared, which is one of the highest any state has received. And also just to add to the whole point of the cost aspect, though for DPRs we have to spend ahead. But in most of these externally aided projects, sir, there is a component of administrative expenditure. About 5 to 8% is kept for the administrative expenditures, where expenditures on different aspects of technical support, of the different manpower support, or infrastructure support sometimes, which are required. the externally aided project has a component for that administrative expenditure amounting to 5 to 8%. So we don't have to pay most of these salaries from our state's exchequer. This comes with as part of the component of the externally aided project itself. But of course, the DPR preparation is done before that is there. So there is some expenditure in that. And for the knowledge of the House, that in most of these projects we have submitted and successfully closed the project.
Okay, now we move on to next question. I'm sorry, we have taken so much time, and this is more than 45 minutes, almost 45 minutes, please. So we move on to the next question. It's question number 69. Sri Rakhame Sangma, Minister in charge, to reply, please.
Speaker, sir. Sir, reply to question number 69, sir. So the physical progress of civil work construction is 25%. B, sir, so total expenditure till that is 15 crore.
Dr. Mukul Sangma, your supplementary, please.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I tried to also find out why this project was getting delayed. There are certain issues because of the location, the approach road and other things. Whether in view of this undue delay, the department has taken cognizance of the factors and is trying to resolve these challenges so that this project can be implemented and be commissioned over a reasonable period of time.
Speaker, so would like to thank the LO for raising this issue, sir. It is true, sir, it's almost 7 years now. The project got delayed. So the problem, as rightly pointed out by our Honorable LO, the location, number one, was the problem because we have to change, I think, 3 to 4 times to the different location site. And so number two, sir, the progress of work of the contractor was very, very slow, and he has abandoned the work. But taking into account, sir, the implementing agency, that is PW, they are very aware of this situation and has been written to the contractor 7 times. And so in the last month, that is 5th of August, the concerned contractor has replied to resume the work at the earliest, and he has committed to complete the work at the earliest. Yes, sir. So as per the department is concerned, we are trying our best to complete the project at the earliest, sir.
Mr. Speaker, sir, as a state, when we represent a state and are in different parts of the country, different parts of the world, trying to attract investment, etc., it's very embarrassing sometimes. I mean, not sometimes, when we are confronted with this kind of questions. How many engineering colleges do the state has? Yeah. It's a very difficult situation in this era when our children are ready to, pursue this kind of professional courses of education. Look at Andhra Pradesh, how they have leveraged upon their human resources. Go to Boston, USA, you will see maximum from Andhra Pradesh, all with engineering degrees, in view of the fact that job spaces within the country is limited. So therefore, I think we did embark upon this initiative to have number of engineering colleges in Shillong and in Garo Hills, also in Jaintia Hills. Where are we? I think we have to see that at least these institutions come up and are commissioned. So despite the challenges, can I expect an assurance from the Honorable Minister and the government that on a war footing manner, we will take up these projects? Not only this Engineering College of Ampati, but other engineering colleges also, including College of Architecture and Urban Planning. These are institutions which will enable us to tie up with various industries. Institutions are required. Universities are required. That's why, Mr. Speaker, sir, I think as having, meaning I don't have to enlighten the Honorable Chief Minister, he understands the magnitude of the importance of these institutions, because we are looking for drawing investment, somehow attracting partners So, Mr. Speaker, sir, I think the government must be categorical in its response that on a war-footing manner, we will see that these projects come through.
Speaker, sir, it is, as our Honorable LO is pointed out, it's true, sir. Our state has like such a technical institutions and colleges, sir. So therefore, sir, be it a Shillong Engineering College, be it a state university, as rightly said, be it a Ampati Engineering College and CIUP, sir. So we have tried our best. And fortunately, sir, we could start the engineering college Shillong from this year. So the point has been noted as I want to issue the house, so we will definitely work with a war-footing manner to complete the project, this particular Shillong Ampati Engineering College at the earliest, sir.
Mr. Speaker, sir, we are always tempted to say that we have tried our best. We are trying our best. If best is giving us this kind of outcome, then it is not yet best. So with this assurance, I can also expect the assurance to commission and start the Shillong Engineering College as well, though it is not part of the principal question.
Speaker, sir, so with Shillong Engineering College, the classes already started, sir.
When was it inaugurated?
Sir, if you talk in inauguration, the infrastructure building was inaugurated in 2023. I'm not wrong, sir. Exact date is not in 2023. So, but in view of some observation of deficiency, and in view of the pending approval of the NCTA, sir, we couldn't start in 2024. But fortunately, sir, we have received the approval to start the course in 2025, and this August, we have already started the classes for Shillong Engineering College.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I put this question categorically because we are not invited. So may we expect that whenever such important, say, engineering college, the first engineering college in the state, and we are not invited. I am a little bit aggrieved, Mr. Speaker, sir. So in future, I think it should be an endeavor of the government that please invite all of us so that we can share the joy of the initiative, because anything that has been initiated by any government, we have to carry it forward. It's a continuity of our responsibilities to fulfill the aspirations of our people.
Sir, if it makes the Honorable LO feel any better, even I wasn't invited, sir. So the inauguration of the building was done. We were keen that the classes should start. So the classes have started, sir. So we have not done a formal kind of inauguration of the thing, because what is important is the classes should begin. So therefore, the building was inaugurated, but we didn't get the NCTA approval. That's why the delay was there. But the formal launching with classes and students, that has not been done, sir. Even I, as I said, I have not been invited for that, sir. Just to but yes, sir, we will, Honorable Minister is mentioning to me, we will do a nice program. And as correctly mentioned, it is actually a very happy moment, I should say, for the state, a proud moment for the state, that the first engineering college of the state has started. And yes, so we will ensure that everybody should be invited to that program.
Srimati Miani Dishira, please.
Mr. Speaker, sir, we can see that there has been a lot of delay, almost 7 years from the time of sanction of the Ampati Engineering College. So therefore, sir, may I know from the Honorable Minister whether the estimates has been revised, because since there's been so much of delay, if the estimates has not been revised, then again further delay might be there. So just wanted to know from the Honorable Minister whether this has been considered.
Speaker, sir, so on the light note, I was also not been invited for the first class. Sir, with that question, sir, no, sir.
Mr. Speaker, sir, may I know from the Honorable Minister whether this is being considered in view of the timeline, whether the revision of the estimate is being considered by the government.
Speaker Sir, as of now, no, because the contractor will restart the work now, and we will see the timeline and the progress of the work. And now this is to be this is to be decided by the implementing agency. So now as it is, sir.
Mr. Speaker, sir, whether the approach road has been made for the construction site.
Speaker sir, not yet.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I think if we are serious, if the government is serious on completing the project, I think these are the first considerations that is required to be taken. Now, the Honorable Minister, in the course of his reply, has said that they are doing their best. I think important steps, the basic important steps are not being taken to complete this project. I think it should be taken up in an urgently, and the basic important steps like the approach road and the reason for delay has to be examined. So there was I would like an assurance from the Honorable Minister that all these important aspects will be taken into consideration so that the work can be completed as soon as possible.
Speaker sir, yes, true sir. So this is one of the reasons of delay. The temporary road has to be constructed by the concerned contractor himself. So every time it was over when the rains comes. So, but however, sir, now the infrastructure, the building itself is getting delayed. As and when the work is on progress, sir, definitely we will take up the matter for construction of the road too, sir.
Right, sir. Please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, for giving me the opportunity. I would like to thank the Minister concerned with regards to the, in fact, I also came to know on the floor of the House that the session have just started in the engineering college. But may I know from the Honorable Minister the total number of the faculty that have been appointed in the engineering college? And another supplementary question, whether it is a fact that the building that was meant for the engineering college was also used for the State University Shillong campus.
Speaker sir, Honorable Member has put it two questions at a time. But however, sir, the exact number of the staff right now doesn't have with me, so I may require notice for that. But however, sir, the permanent recruitment for the post is yet to be begins now. But however, we have appointed on temporary basis, and we have deployed and we have given additional chairs to some of the qualified teachers from Shillong Polytechnic too. So second question, sir. The second question, yes, true, sir. Yeah, the one floor of the engineering college is being used for the state university for as a temporary campus for time being.
So it is, I will say that it is sad to say that we have started the engineering college, we have called the students, but as far as the teachers is concerned, till date, no permanent appointment has been made. So I will request the Minister concerned and the government to kindly speed up the regularization or the permanent appointment of teachers so that we can expect quality education can come up, not just the engineering college in name. Thank you.
Sir, just to add to the concerns, sir, what was important because the NCTA approvals came, quite after a lot of follow-up from our side, and therefore it did take us time, but we did not want to lose, one academic year. So the idea was really that we should move ahead. Otherwise, we would have lost this one academic year, and even 1 year matters a lot for us, and especially for the students. So keeping the interest of the students in mind and the state as a whole in mind, we have gone ahead with the opening of the classes. But as I said, sir, the recruitment process is already on. So we do expect that this will be closed at the earliest.
Question hour is over. Now we move on to the next item. Before we come to the next item, let me inform the House that there is a 0-hour notice tabled by Sri Arden Miller Soumait, MLA, under Rule 49 of the Rules of Procedure and Conduct of Business to the news item published in the Shillong Times dated 19th August 2025 under the caption Rupees 500 crore GST fraud involving Meghalaya plants unearthed. Sri Arden Miller Soumait, MLA, please.
Thank you, sir, for allowing me to raise this 0-hour notice. Sir, I would like to express my concern on the news report appeared in Shillong Times 20th August 2025 under the caption Rupees 500 crores GST fraud involving Meghalaya coke plants unearthed. So, my first concern is about the loss of revenue. So, if this amount of Rupees 500 crore GST fraud, which is supposed to come to the state's exchequer, is not unearthed, the state would have easily lost hundreds of crores of rupees and could even go much higher. So my second concern is about the image of the state. This is not the first racket that have taken place in the state of Meghalaya or connected with Meghalaya, sir. In the recent past, we have witnessed, major rackets that are taking place in Meghalaya, such as international bike smuggling rackets involving Bangladesh nationals, infiltration racket, cattle smuggling racket, trafficking racket, gold smuggling racket, and the list can go on and on, sir. And now the GST racket involving the taxation department. So, sir, as citizens, we are really concerned to see that many rackets are taking place in our state. So how many more rackets could we anticipate to see from now? Sir, we would also like to know what are the steps being taken to find out who are the people involved in this crime. Whether official of the taxation department is complicit in the crime, sir. So, what is the assurance from the government that such activities will be dealt sternly and severely to deter such occurrence from time to time? With this few words, sir, I resume my seat.
Minister in charge to reply, please.
Mr. Speaker, sir, through you, I would like to extend my heartfelt thanks to the honorable member from Nongkrem, Arden Miller Soumait, for bringing us an important 0-hour notice under Rule 49, Sub-Rule A of the Rules of Procedure and Conduct of Business in the Meghalaya Legislative Assembly on the media report published in the Shillong Times under the caption Rupees 500 crore GST fraud involving Meghalaya coke plants unearthed. Mr. Chairman, sir, according to the Shillong Times report dated 20th August 2025, 4 individuals were arrested for their involvement in the fake billing scam. The accused persons, as mentioned in the Shillong Times, are Gaurav Agarwal, Deepak Agarwal, Vinod Agarwal, and Guddu Singh. All are the residents of Assam. Subsequently, again another report in Shillong Times, dated on 25th August 2025, revealed that another person named Shiv Kumar Mittal, owner of GM Coke plant in Barnihat, under Assam's jurisdiction, was arrested for allegedly evading GST amounting to approximately rupees 150 to 200 crores through similar schemes. However, the Director General of GST Intelligence has not yet disclosed details of the Meghalaya State GST Department regarding which specific coke plants in Meghalaya was benefited from these fraudulent scams. Mr. Chairman, sir, it must be noted that legally sourced coal within Meghalaya has been limited ever since National Green Tribunal banned red hole mining in the year 2014. As a result, coke plants rely mainly on the coal obtained through district administration auctions, and to meet their full requirement, they also procure coal from outside the state. Input tax credit is a key feature of the GST framework, as it allows recipients to reduce their output tax liability. A recipient can claim ITC, that is input tax credit, only when invoices are reported to in GST returns. On the GST portal, all interstate coal purchase invoices of coke plants in Meghalaya are duly reflected with corresponding UA bills generated to record the movement of coal into the estate. The challenge, however, lies in verifying the genuineness of such invoices. State GST officers cannot cross-check the returns of the taxpayer registered in other states. Fact, invoices are typically issued to pass on bogus income tax credit, and they can only established as fraudulent if the supplier is non-existent, if goods or services are not actually supplied, if taxes are not paid as declared, or if payment is made using bogus ITC. Investigation of out-of-state suppliers fall under the jurisdiction of the central GST authorities, especially the Director General of GST Intelligence, which has the power to inspect business premises across different states. Mr. Chairman, sir, according to GST portal records between 2022-23 and 24-25, 29 coke plants have been operational out of the 54 registered. Their cumulative turnover during this period stands at rupees 307.06 crore, with a total tax liability of rupees 18.75 crore. Of this, rupees 15.84 crore was discharged through ITC and the balance in cash. During the same period, these plants purchased 1,48,134 metric ton of coals from outside the estate, valued at rupees 72.49 crores, with IGST of rupees 24.57 crore. The report does not specify whether the fake invoice billing relates to the sale of coke by the plants or to the purchase of coal as raw material. However, since the shell companies involved are located outside Meghalaya, it is likely that the fraud pertains to coal purchased by coke plants in that estate. However, Mr. Chairman, sir, the State GST Department has formally written to the Director General of GST Intelligence, requesting that such information be shared so that necessary action can be initiated against the recipients of bogus input tax credit under the state jurisdiction. Fraud cases detected by agencies such as the Director General of GST Intelligence are regularly communicated to state authorities, and whatever such cases have been shared, appropriate action has been taken in accordance with law. Mr. Speaker, sir, I can assure the House that the State GST Department is actively investigating fake firms operating within the state of Meghalaya, which are engaged in passing on input tax credit to recipients located outside the state, and the findings of such investigation is shared with the respective state authorities so that coordinated action can be taken against the fraudulent entities involved and proper action can be taken against them accordingly. Sir, once we receive the report, we will also see the if there is any involvement of our officers also, sir. We are not sitting idle, we are taking care. I do assure that appropriate action will be taken. With this few assurances, sir, I hope I have clarified and I resume my seat, sir.
Thank you. Now we will come to item number 2, call attention. There are 2 call attention notices today, but the first one has been disallowed as the subject matter is sub judice, as informed from the department. Now we will go to item number 3, call attention notice. Shri Hivingstone Kharpran, MLA, to call the attention of the Minister in charge, General Administration, under Rule 54(1) of the Rules of Procedures and Conduct of Business, to the news item published in Maupur, dated the 12th of March 2025, under the caption, Yo Adhar Card Sanpongut Kibar Jela Bakam Traishnong Lungse, Ujor Kashnong Shakipulit. Here, I request the Minister to lay the statement reply, please.
Chairman, sir, so I beg leave to place the reply of call attention number 2 and place in the table of the House, sir.
Thank you. We will go to item number 4, short duration discussion. I have received a short duration discussion tabled by Dr. Mukul M. Sangma, Leader of Opposition, under Rule 50 of the Rules of Procedures and Conduct of Business, to discuss about the matter relating to the decision of the state government to hand over the Tura Medical College to private entity for its operation and management. The decision has led to public dissent and opposition. The opposition emanating from genuine apprehension of the negative ramifications of such decision on medical education. Access to affordable and quality healthcare, particularly to the poor and weaker section of the people, and the fact that the issue is already causing huge public dissent from the fact that the medical college being established in Garo Hills region, wherein the investment for the whole infrastructure created is from the public exchequer, originally meant for establishment of government medical college, with the Tura Civil Hospital as the attached teaching hospital of the government medical college, under the assistance from the government of India. And the matter is of urgent public importance and therefore requires a short discussion. The short and productive discussion is expected to give clarity on the pros and cons of the decision, keeping in mind the sensitivity of the case. This short duration has been supported by Srimati Miani Dishira, MLA, and Shri Rupa Marak, MLA. Dr. Mukul Sangma, Leader of Opposition, please.
Mr. Chairman, sir, under Rule 50 of the Rules of Procedure and Conduct of Business, I raised this matter to discuss about the matter relating to the decision of the government to hand over the Tura Medical College to private entity for its operation and management. The decision has led to public dissent and opposition. The opposition emanating from genuine apprehension of the negative ramification of such decision on medical education, access to affordable and quality health care, particularly to the poor and the weaker section of the people. And the fact that the issue is already causing a huge public dissent from the fact that the medical college in question is the first and the only medical college being established in Garo Hills region, wherein the investment for the whole infrastructure created is from the public exchequer, originally meant for the establishment of government medical college, with the Tura Civil Hospital as the attached teaching hospital of the government medical college under the assistance from Government of India. And the matter is of urgent public importance, and therefore I raised this short duration discussion. And this discussion, I'm confident and expect that it will give complete clarity on the pros and cons, and also guide the government in the right direction, keeping in mind the sensitivity of the case and keeping in mind the overall aspiration of the people of the state of Meghalaya and the people of Garo Hills in particular. So, Mr. Speaker, sir, I would like to draw the attention of the government on this very core issue of establishment of medical colleges, how the state grappled to find answers and ways and means. It was necessary to have medical college. We are fortunate that the government of India, in fact the nation, has a robust system to enable the aspiring students of every state, even those students who belong to states where there is no medical colleges, to have access to medical colleges to pursue their career in medical education, and enable the states to have their required doctors and serve and take care of the whole health delivery system. Meghalaya is one of the states which has benefited out of this. Mr. Chairman, you and I, from the same alma mater, RIMS, because RIMS was established by NEC, funded by MHA. That time NEC was under MHA. And because of the constraints of the states to establish medical colleges from their own fund, Government of India had to intervene and create such institutions. That is the beginning. And we are fortunate today that RIMS over the periods have evolved, have reached that level where they are providing not only undergraduate courses of studies, but also postgraduate. Courtesy, Regional Institute of Medical Sciences, that today Meghalaya has substantial number of specialists as well, including Mr. Chairman, sir. It is because of these institutions, of the government-run institutions. So these are the avenues and opportunities that the government institution provides, unlike anything which is run by the private or anything that is run in association with private entities. We have done exhaustive due diligence on the pros and cons of running medical institution, medical college on a PPP mode. We engage international consultant, the subsidiary of World Bank itself, to somehow structure a format which can be leveraged upon and by which we can really comprehend the challenges and difficulties and the nuances of this whole approach. And in fact, I would like to remind this August House that when this kind of fund was not yet available from Government of India, we were grappling to find sources of fund. We were knocking the door of the Government of India again and again, me being the professional from medical fraternity. I always had this dream that Meghalaya should have a number of medical colleges, including in my birthplace, Ampati. Not only in Tura, not only in Shillong, elsewhere also, in other parts. And based on that, while we were awaiting Government of India's response to the request of the state, we were quite aggressive on that. We had to look at other means. That's why the Shillong Medical College on PPP mode. I think we have to remind this August House and ourselves that how we formatted that PPP mode to establish Shillong Medical College on PPP mode, except the land of the Red Chest Hospital, nothing else, except few quantum of amount of fund as certain investment to take care of, to give effect to that kind of agreement under PPP mode. We did not allow this agreement to leverage upon our existing infrastructure. We did not link the existing hospital like to Shillong Civil Hospital or any such hospitals, so that these hospitals will remain available for us for a government medical college subsequently. It's one of the best deals that the country had ever had in as far as any initiative of the state government for establishment of medical college under PPP mode is concerned. We have ideated, we have find ways and means and how to prevail upon the likely private entity with this minimum available support from Government of India to bring investment and establish medical college on a PPP mode. The fact that it did not come to fruition is a different story. There are many reasons. I would not like to dwell on that, because then it would be a blame game. Yes, it should have been done, because it was only with that land which fulfilled the criteria in as far as the parcel of the land which is required for establishment of medical college. That time it was 25 acres of land. So Red Chest Hospital in the middle of the city, and how we can utilize that one to start one medical college. Honorable Minister in charge, Health, was there when we laid the foundation stone to kick off that initiative. And I would like to urge upon the Minister in charge to look at how we have beautifully crafted that whole, all the terms and conditions, leveraging upon our strength as a Meghalaya, as one of the most favored destinations then. The way we convince the potential investors to partner us in this endeavor, there were many. We zeroed down on one with a proper, transparent tendering process. And somehow or other, we missed this one. But what I'm trying to say is that look at how we formatted when we talk about bringing in private entities to partner with the state to develop a medical college, to establish a medical college on PPP. Completely different. No hospital given, nothing. But at the same time, look at how many seats would have come to the states and the access to the teaching hospital in respect of treatment for all the patients who will be referred to the hospital. And therefore, now, we did not stop there. We kept on working and working. One day when we had a program which was graced by the then Honorable Union Minister Ghulam Nabi Azad under the regime of UPA government, we discussed this issue, reminded him, "Sir, do you remember my request?" He said, "Mukul, I was Chief Minister of Jammu and Kashmir. I can easily understand your problem. Then we discuss. Then he called me to Delhi. Then we discuss again. He said it's a brilliant idea to leverage upon the existing district hospitals and referral hospitals, because these are already infrastructures available with every state. He came up with a cabinet memo. The Union Cabinet approved it. He informed me, Mukul, I'm giving you one. I said, why are you giving me one? You know my problem. If I have one in eastern region, I have to have one in western region. You know the whole political dynamics of the state. He said, Mukul, see, this has been already approved by cabinet. Cabinet has said that Meghalaya also should be given only one. I propose two. But the fact is that we were able to have a breakthrough. Now, to be able to convince government of India, and every state has benefited today. Look at the record. How many states have leveraged upon one after another. We are stuck with Tura Medical College, just one. Because after the change of the government, I don't know, for whatever reasons, the whole delay, the whole dislocation. I do not like to blame anybody, but then it is a fact. Why we did not pursue and complete? Because I promised my colleagues also at that point of time that after Tura Medical College, look at we will do in Riboy. We did share this. Today, Riboy, you have medical college from private sector. Riboy will not be eligible anymore under the eligibility criteria. Because the criteria says assistance of the union government to the states for establishment of medical college attached to district hospitals or referral hospitals in the districts where there is no government college nor any private medical college. That is the criteria. So therefore, this delay has not only, it's not a question of revolving around the issue pertaining to Tura Medical College. It's an issue which should be dwelt at length from the perspective of the benefit which should have accrued to the state if we would have known with utmost seriousness the need for expediting this program, this project, to complete on time. Now, another part which I want to share before the August House, to again remind us why this program, why this project, if implemented and established as government medical college, the state stands to gain. Disadvantages notwithstanding, disadvantages have been appropriately, exhaustively articulated by people who are protesting. The citizens, the members of civil society organizations, the students, medical students at large from all parts. Both Garos and Khazis and Jaintias, all Meghalaya medical college students are expressing their concern. Because we have to know, I would come to that aspect, but look at where we are missing. What is the program of this government of India? In addition to providing the assistance for the establishment of medical college attached to district hospitals and referral hospitals in the state, in the districts where there is no medical college, either private or government. What are the other benefits? The other benefits is that the government will continue to provide fund for strengthening and upgradation of existing government and central medical colleges to increase the number of MBBS, both undergraduate and PG seats. This is the benefit, extraordinary benefit, which will be accrued to the state. Because after establishment as medical college, it will be eligible for fund for upgradation, strengthening, to be able to increase the number of MBBS, that means undergraduate seats, and also PG seats. Huge opportunity for our youth who look at this medical sector as one of the most, I must say, revered profession to serve our beloved people. And go beyond the boundaries of our state to serve others and come back with laurels. And look at another one. How government of India has looked at all the likely challenges relaxation in the norms for setting up medical colleges in terms of requirement of faculty, staff, bed strength, and other infrastructure. This is a government policy decision. The NMC is guided by this policy. Because last time when the minister in charge were replying to my supplementaries, she did refer to the stringent norm of the NMC. But today, let this House be informed that the government of India has adopted this particular policy, knowing fully well the challenges of the states. Because the nation does require doctors. Not just the aspirational part of the students or the young men and women who would like to become a member of this medical profession, but at the same time, also the need to ensure that doctors are available everywhere. Just yesterday, Honorable Chief Minister has intervened when we talked about the doctors. Frankly speaking, the gap between the demand and supply is still huge. It will go on increasing. As we try to, reach that level where the access to quality health care will be at par with the rest of the developed world, which we are aiming at. We have not reached that stage. But we will have to aim big. We'll have to reach that stage. That's the reason why you require to weaponize these facilities, these programs of Government of India. How we have weaponized the externally aided projects. To see that the funds accrue to the state because of the initiative that we embarked upon more than 13 years back in 2012. So what has been built thus far? Leverage upon it and build more, and sky is the limit, because the aspirations of our youth, the young generation, will only go on surging. It will not be stagnant. Stagnation is bad. Therefore, stagnation is one of the reasons why we get all ailments. Dormancy. We talk about insulin insensitivity because of dormancy. Likewise, our activity in any sector, we have to see if we are stagnating, this stagnation is leading to dormancy. This dormancy, this stagnation has somehow failed the state to leverage upon these benefits. Therefore, it is important to take this advantage and be sensitive to the sentiments and emotions of our people as a whole. People of Garhwals think that this is something which has been given to the people of Garhwals. I remember how one small establishment, Meghalaya Board of School Education, was a bone of contention. Every time there used to be politics on Meghalaya Board of School Education, we overcame that. How? We collectively decided, let's once for all, the issue of Meghalaya Board of School Education be not leveraged upon by any adventurous politicians. And we came up with exhaustive measures, enacted the law, amending the earlier principal law, putting Tura as the headquarters in 2006, putting end to all those pulls and pushes, and the narrative which generated that, okay, somebody is trying to, shift it to Shillong, Meghalaya. All these things have been put to end. Therefore, this particular initiative is also designed to be established in those districts where access to healthcare have huge gap. In terms of the hospitals available as referral centers. Today, we talk about the district hospitals and referrals. These are secondary referral centers. When Tura Civil Hospital is not able to treat any patient, what is the advice to the patient party? Either to Negrims or to other private hospitals in Guwahati. Because we are yet to have the tertiary referral hospital in that part of the state. Now, I would like to again refer to another benefit where the ministry also provided to enable the states to overcome any kind of challenges associated with establishment of government medical college, enhancement of age limit for appointment, extension, re-employment against post of teachers, dean, principal, director in medical colleges up to 70 years. These are available provisions, which are the concessions. We have somehow or other agreed on putting the retirement age to all the doctors at par with other employees. This is also one issue which should be examined, because the best of the specialists, best of the doctors, when they are at the peak of their, I must say, brightest part of their career as a medical professional, they retire. And we'll end up having huge vacancy. The resultant retirement at a very young age, unlike other states. This is also one thing I think it is corroborated, because Government of India has already included this as an integral part of this policy to allow the states to employ. So there are ways and means. And therefore, it is an opportune moment for the state government. I would like to urge upon the Minister in charge of health, take this opportunity. Be positive to the call of the people. Let us be responsive. We have hurdles, I know. We will share these challenges together. We will shoulder these challenges together. Because at the end of the day, what matters for the people must be our priority, nothing else. I know that Tura means Shillong, we have embarked upon looking at this need to establish the medical college. It is a milestone. It is an achievement. In fact, Honorable Minister of Health informed me about this. I say that it's a great milestone. It's a benefit of the endeavor that you have put forward along with the team. But at the same time, this should not be the reason for being incapable of going ahead with the original proposal, because then we'll end up losing all other benefits. In this program, Government of India also provide support for, again, strengthening the existing government medical college to establish super specialty hospitals. Look at this. This money you will be able to leverage upon only when we have the government medical college. Therefore, the pros are more than the cons. I would also like to link it with from another perspective. Bringing in private investor to place like Tura, a small town. Garo Hills as a region, it's not big enough. It's like bringing the shark into your pond. Like Gualmas, we call, Garos, we call Najek, bringing the Najek to a pond, fish pond. There will be no more space available for our medical professional in the years to come to look at this private sector in healthcare, providing healthcare facilities. They will be only the employees of these private investors, because the first mover advantage in any form of government, we all know what is the advantage of first mover investor in any field. So, in this crucial sector of health, how bringing in this private investor can really have serious ramification in the whole healthcare sector. It will derail the access to affordable healthcare. Affordable. Healthcare is there today also, but is it affordable? Well, one night the bill comes to 50,000, 60,000, 1 lakh also. I'm following up. Every day, I think all our honorable members of this, distinguished members of this August House must be all updated on this, because we all have our people who are in hospitals. Can you imagine? Somehow or other we have gone wrong in many ways, then therefore these corrections are required by creating this facilities, government-owned facilities, by which we can dislocate this trend of increasing cost of healthcare facilities, which is being dominated by the private sector. Otherwise, there is no other alternative. Yes, there is no other alternative. I have done exhaustive due diligence on this. I'm sure all of us must have done it, but we need to continue to engage and exercise our mind collectively. Share whatever we know. Because when I listen to others, then I know what I don't know. But if we don't want to listen to others, then we will know only what we know. So therefore, I think it is important to see that we share ideas, we share concerns. Certain things we, hesitate to do, we refuse to do because we know what is going to happen. We know what is going to happen. They are not coming for charity. The private entities, they are not coming for charity. So therefore, the access to quality and affordable health care has become a challenge. I actually cautioned the government after I exited the office about the Meghalaya Health Insurance Scheme, MHIs. Meghalaya being the pioneer. The Honorable Prime Minister wrote letters to all the chief ministers saying that Meghalaya has embarked upon this beautiful program for universal health care through very innovative health insurance program to cover all the citizens of the state. They may emulate. You are requested to examine and emulate this program. But today what has happened? This so-called smart card has become, something which has become a trap for the patient parties. You know how? Because we have not engaged with the hospitals to fix the rate. If we buy something, we have to ask the rate. If I'm paying, I should know what is the price. But we have only fixed what is the amount that will be covered by the insurance, but we have not asked the hospitals how much you will take. We did during our time. We fixed it. So initially when we had discussion with all the hospitals, government hospitals and private hospitals, what happened? When we fixed the rate, we looked at all the input costs, everything, and then therefore justified, okay, how much should be for an operation of appendicectomy, cholecystectomy, etc., etc. Then, keeping that margin of profit, which is considered reasonable, justifiable. Then many hospitals, we had to have repeated meetings after meetings, when some of the hospitals said that we are not willing with this rate. We said, okay. But others were willing, we partnered. Then subsequently all others also said, because people with smart card went to hospitals which accepted this smart card. So eventually others also said we will participate. But then predetermined rate was agreed upon. I hope the government will again look at these MHIs also. That's why the cost of healthcare becoming inaccessible. People are surrendering to disease. Therefore, Mr. Chairman, sir, we can have thousands of reasons to agree to this proposal of the people of that part of the state. And challenges are there. I do not say there are no challenges. The Honorable Chief Minister have, to a great extent, articulated all those concerns about the salary. Now, I want to remind ourselves how we engage with Government of India. Over the years, government after government, and during our time we were able to prevail upon Government of India and the Finance Commission. Read the recommendation of the 14th Finance Commission. When the overall quantum of share of taxes transferred to state, as per the Finance Commission recommendation, was limited to 32%, which was increased to 42%, 10% increase. 10% increase. Collective endeavor of the states at that point of time. So this increase has come from 2015-16 onwards. Today the state is, when we approached the Government of India for all those centrally sponsored schemes, when we said it should be 90:10, like earlier government, we were told, no, you are flushed with money. You are flushed with money because the transfer of share of taxes from 32 has increased to 42%. This is the collective endeavor we have already put. You have to, as a government of the day, leverage upon this money. Therefore, there is no question of saying that there is no money. We had that problem where we had that 32% of the share of taxes when it was transferred to the states. But today, since 2015-16, because of our collective endeavor, the government of India also agreed, the Finance Commission agreed, increased it to 42%. Plus, all the fund which is available through EAPs are able to take care of other things. And another thing, what are the terms of reference usually given to the Finance Commission by the government of India? Whenever any deficit in matter of revenue expenditure is there, the Constitution provides that revenue gap assistance is recommended by the Finance Commission. The Finance Commission will go into details, the whole expenditure on different hats, and particularly on salary and pension hat. This is the constitutional provision. If you have deficit to meet that revenue expenditure, then the onus of responsibility is vested upon the government based on which the Finance Commission recommends. You look at the quantum of revenue deficit grant given to other states who had a huge deficit. Ours were less. So one day I was confronted. Why our revenue deficit grant is less? Because we have more revenue. Why Nagaland had 7,000 plus grant for revenue deficit? Because their revenue deficit was more. So this is how the provision of the Constitution operates. We don't beg. I have mentioned earlier also, we don't beg. We go for our entitlement. I'm very happy, last Assembly budget session, the Honorable Chief Minister also said the same thing now. We don't have to beg. It is our entitlement. Therefore, if there is a shortage to meet the salary, you have no problem. You will have a hiccup initially, like your battery not igniting, so somebody pushed, you go, reach the destination. That is how the constitutional provision is provided in this vibrant constitution. They have already taken into consideration all these challenges because in this diverse country, the framers of the constitution, knew how the states will be confronted with challenges, particularly in terms of resources. That's why this whole mandate, every single paisa that government of India transferred to the state is all mandated by this Constitution of India. Nothing else outside the Constitution of India. Nobody can do this because there is no charity that anybody can do, nor government of India can do any favoritism. All those other grants are coming are also covered by this mandate of the Constitution. Therefore, the issue justifying that salary will be around close to 100 crore, it will be. Initially, it will be a little less, but I would like to urge the government. When going gets tough, the tough gets going. So let the government assume upon itself this very principle. It is tough because we are not, state with huge resources. We have constraints. But the whole focus and priority should revolve around the interests of the people, which should be considered, with utmost sensitivity. And in this regard, look at which is the area which is considered as difficult reason to have access to quality health care. Anything to do in deviation of the earlier intent of establishing Tura Government Medical College would only land up in creating unending suffering to our people and will land up in many negative ramifications which will be visible in future, for which we will be blamed. So let we give all that we usually say our best to see that we take cognizance of this as our collective responsibility, and what was considered as due for somebody, it's like children. If we give something to a child to play around, one toy, you take it back, the child will cry. So I think this explains everything. So therefore, I urge the government to see that Tura Medical College is established as a government medical college. Many other things we can discuss, and I have discussed with the Minister in charge of Health. She has said she would like to discuss further. We are always available to discuss and see how we can put our efforts and funnel it together to achieve the objective. With these few words, Mr. Speaker, sir, with all hope and expectation and trust and confidence, I make this submission in the best interest of our people. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Thank you. Rupa Marab, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, for allowing me to take part in this short duration discussion. Moved by Honorable LO, Dr. Mukul Sangma. It was a matter of pride for the people of Garo Hills as well as for the whole of the state when the medical college was allotted to Garo Hills, the first medical college. But when the decision comes for the allotting the management of Tura Medical College on PPP mode, it has become a thing to ponder upon, with all of us putting our heads together. Because in comparison, Garo Hills is economically not so much high with Khasi Hills region. So there has been lots of opposition against this proposal for handing over the Tura Medical College to some private entity to manage the medical college. What the concerns are, which I would like to put forward in this August House, that some of the NGOs, the civil society members, and even the senior citizens, they are putting forward their concerns. Their concerns are medical college should be handled and managed by the government itself, because it is constructed, it is started by from the government exchequer. And we have been seeing that in other states, 85% seats are reserved for the students, local students. But here in Tura Medical College, only 50% are being reserved for the local students. That is also a burning topic in these days. And what people are apprehensive are that it may involve high fees in studying there in the medical college if it is handed over to the some private entity to run on PPP mode. Because these private entities are profit driven. They will not come, as stated by the Honorable LO, they will not come here for charity. They will come here for profits. So that is another concern. And the high fees which they will ask from the students from Garo Hills, if that is done, then the students from the not well-to-do families, they will not be able to afford to get their studies in that medical college. I would like to put forward one example. In 2021, in my constituency, Jengzal Subdivisional Hospital was created, and that is also still running under PPP mode. So, it was assured to the people of Jengzal area that it will purely be, it will run on PPP mode, but it will be like any other government hospital. But comparing to other government hospitals, this hospital is charging a bit more than any other government hospitals. So this kind of assurance which the government has given to the people is not there in practical. So I would like to draw the kind attention of the Honorable Minister in charge to look into that matter. And one concern in Jingzhou Civil Subdivision Hospital, not even a single birth certificate and death certificate has been issued because no government MO is there to issue the birth certificate and death certificate. They are still getting their birth certificate and death certificate getting done in Asanang PHC, which is still very far from Jingzhou. So please take note of that, Honorable Minister in charge. I have already discussed it with Honorable Chief Minister also when I went to see him, but till today it has not been materialized. So these are the things. Sometimes people from Garo Hills, if such kind of things like Khashi Hills, government is taking over the administration of the medical college and the sister medical college in Tura is left out and it is being allotted to run on PPP mode. People feel discriminated sometimes. So we should come together and think about this so that people should not feel discriminated. Sometimes maybe some serious issues may arise out of it. Only the Khasi Hills are getting the share, bigger share. People from Garo Hills, they always say like that. And maybe this will be another reason to another serious issue in future. So we should come together, we should think on this end. There is already a discussion which has already been taken by some civil society organizations with our Honorable Chief Minister, but unfortunately that discussion was inconclusive. But hope that discussion will take another time and this matter and the concerns of the people from Garo Hills will be resolved. With this few submission, I would like to resume my seat. Thank you.
Yes, Madam Niyani Deshra, please.
Mr. Speaker, sir, thank you for allowing me to participate in this short duration discussion. Mr. Speaker, sir, the short duration discussion was brought forward by Honorable Elo, and he has spoken at length about the issues pertaining to the Tura Medical College, and prior to me, Honorable Member from Dadeng as well. So I just have few points that I would like to also put forward to the Honorable Minister. Now, when the Tura Medical College was announced, I think the people, not just the people of Garo Hills, but the entire state were very excited, very happy to hear the news. It was like a glimmer of hope because the current situation of medical treatment, especially in Garo Hills, is not very good. We all know that. It's not very good because if we have any kind of serious ailments, we cannot treat them anywhere, whether it is in Tura or other district headquarters, in other civil hospitals as well, or other private hospitals. Even the private hospitals are very limited in their expertise. So therefore, sir, when this announcement was made, it was definitely a glimmer of hope for everyone in the region. Now, the objective of this Tura Medical College was so that every section of the society would get the benefit of this institution. Accessibility was key. Accessibility to all sections of the society. Now, when this announcement from the government that this college will be operational in a PPP mode, it came as a shock. It came as a shock because nobody was anticipating it and everyone was expecting it to be run by the government. Now, again, we have to understand, the Honorable Member from Dading, he has mentioned about the economical drawbacks of the population in Garo Hills. So therefore, people grew concerned about how financially they would be able to afford treatment and to gain benefit out of a medical college that would be run by a private entity. So, therefore, sir, this is one of the major cause of concern. Another point is that regarding the huge investment that the government has already made into the project. It's a huge investment, and the people, they cannot stress this enough, but the investment that has already been made should be directly beneficial to the people. Now, if such a huge after making such a huge investment, if a private partner comes in to readily reap the profits of the infrastructural investment that the government has made, I think that is quite questionable. So therefore, sir, as mentioned by the Honorable LO and member from Dadingri, we are hopeful. We are still hopeful because a lot of talks are still going on. We are hopeful that corrective measures will be taken by the government because it is definitely not acceptable by the people, sir. So I would like to urge upon the Honorable Minister as well as the government of the day to take corrective action and bring everyone on board so that we avoid any kind of unpleasant incidents in the future, so that everyone not just in Garo Hills, in all parts of the state can have access to this Tura Medical College and gain the benefits of this institution. So with these few words, I resume my seat. Thank you, sir.
Minister, Honorable Minister in charge, to reply, please.
Honorable Speaker, sir, I want to express my thankfulness to the Honorable LO, Dr. Mukul M. Sangma, for raising this very pertinent issue that I now understand the depth, the sentiments of. And before I proceed in defense of the stand that the government, in the leadership of our Honorable Chief Minister, has taken, I want to place on record our thankfulness to the Honorable LO, who for so many years has envisioned and has aspired that the state of Meghalaya must have its own medical colleges. Sir, as I was listening to the deliberations of the three honorable members of this august House, the MLA from Dadeng, Mr. Rupert, the MLA from Ampati, Madam Miyani, I feel the burden, this huge, looming burden that seems to be revolving around emotions. Rightly so, people have to express. And the irony of this whole situation, sir, again revolves around the perceptions, the image formations of the doubts that is being woven into this narrative that the government is being unduly unkind to anyone. Government, sir, cannot take that stand. I want to assure the honorable members that this government has founded its decision on factual, ground situations, revolving around decisions that need to be taken on the way forward for the functioning of the Tura Medical College, sir. Please put aside all these doubts, and I request the people who have expressed concern about this model presented before the start of the Tura Medical College. For some strange reason, sir, the word PPP is not acceptable to the people of the state of Meghalaya in all spheres. We have to start taking a call. What do we do? In the earlier years, when the Shillong Medical College was proposed by the Honorable Elo now, who was the then Chief Minister, the same word, PPP, was initiated. 100 seats at that point of time, including a 500-bedded medical college to be instituted in the land belonging to the government, the Red Beach STB Hospital. And today again, we are faced with the same challenge. Sir, in the background of decision taking, I take this opportunity to clarify a few misconceptions. It is correct that when envisaged earlier, the Tura Medical College was scheduled for an intake of 150 MBBS seats at that point of time as well. It is true that the government subsequently agreed a gap fund in the project. At that point of time, 189 crores, which stood revised to 397.13 crores, vide a sanction order on the 22nd August of 2025. So, sir, at that point of time, Government of India had provided 170.9 crores as per the MOU. And the balance amount was to be provided by the state government, including its state share of 19 crores. And the additional gap funding required beyond the 189 crores was initiated, and therefore, today the total administrative approval of 397.19 crores has been initiated. Chairman, sir, the context of this reference. Today, the state government has become a majority stakeholder in this investment, and hence I would like to put aside the question as to why, with government funding, we must consider a hybrid model of a PPP intervention. Sir, I would also like to place, I'm sure the Honorable LO with his expertise is well versed, but I think I should remind this august House of the biggest challenges, the geographic remoteness of Tura. So we've just completed the procedures of acquisition of NMC recognition, LOP receipt, and other detailed, much difficult challenges for the Shillong Medical College. And hence, I must share some details of those difficult situations, with the hope that I will appeal to the rational in the minds of citizens who believe that government is being biased. We are not being biased. We urgently require a medical college in the Garo Hills region, and we are determined to go ahead. But will government bulldoze its way through? No. Hence, Honorable Chief Minister is spending hours and hours of his valuable time to engage and consult. But some solution needs to be arrived at, an amicable solution. Are we aware? Are the people aware? Obviously, Honorable LO will be aware of faculty recruitment and retention. You are aware, sir. What are the requirements of these faculties for 50 seats? We need 14 professors, 20 associate professors, 25 assistant professors, the total faculty of 59, tutors, demonstrators, 15 numbers, senior residents, 23 numbers, in total 97 members just for the running of the academic concerns of the medical college. Can that be generated in Tura? Honorable LO, sir, I seek your intervention on this matter. Is it achievable? How are we going to get to that goal? Tell us. The Honorable Chief Minister, in his wisdom, has thought that this being the greatest challenge, we have to maneuver around this challenge. Where do we get these faculties from, Honorable Chairman, sir? If there is a solution on any plate, please serve it to us. This is a government of the people, for the people. What gives them this authority to say that the government is working away from the needs of the people? If we are talking about the underdeserved, the underprivileged, isn't Meghalaya already such a state in totality? Can we segregate populations and say this population is well-to-do and this population is not well-to-do? No. Hence, we are knocking the door of the government. And within the parameters of operation, we have to come up with a solution. If there is a solution for this requirement of expert faculty, please bring it across. I'm sure the Honorable Chief Minister is patiently hearing you out. But we will not bulldoze. Now, we need to ask the same question that the Honorable LO himself has asked. Are we going to achieve this? Are we going to engage on feelings, imaginations, narratives that are irrelevant to the need of the institutionalization of a medical institute that will help the people of Garo Hills also have equal opportunity? We need to set the record straight, Chairman, sir. Under what imagination? Does someone imagine that if a medical college is in Tura, the people of the Garo Hills do not get to study in any other seat assigned to the government of Meghalaya? We are following the roster. Whether you are a Garo, a Khasi, a Jaintia, or anyone from the state of Meghalaya, you have equal access to those seats. We will not marginalize anyone. Everybody is part of that. Also, we must remember
No, there is no submission as such.
May I continue?
No, kindly
Chairman, sir?
avoid those references because none of us have said that we are marginalized.
Honorable Chairman, sir, I have listened attentively to all the debates. When you say underprivileged, when you say the pulls and pushes, when you say responsive needs of the people, when you say derailment of affordable healthcare system, I beg to be corrected if I have interpreted, and I agree with you. I will use the same words that everybody else is using. So the point here again, we have to have a sustained compliance with NMC standards, which requires a stable pool of qualified teaching staff. We need, therefore, sir, to engage actively. Honorable Chief Minister is leading the way. We will continue to engage, but some answers need to be given to government to be able to take the correct redressal for this problem. Sir, we also have to remember that in 2023, sir, while talking about the preparations of the start of the Tura Medical College, the department conducted an in-house survey of doctors, in-service doctors, who are willing to come forward to join the Tura Medical College. And sir, out of all of the doctors who were approached to give their consent, only 20 doctors expressed their willingness to serve as a faculty in the medical college. Far below the minimum of 97 faculty members required even for a 50-seat MBBS intake. So when it comes to the proposed arrangement of the consignor operation and management, sir, in this hybrid PPP, which we can call consignor operation and management model. The ownership of land and the buildings in Doldegre remain with the state government. We are not giving away any asset. So the teaching hospitals of Tura Civil Hospital and MCH Hospital remain under the state operation. Sir, the consignor will exclusively operate and manage the medical college, leveraging its network to sister medical colleges and hospitals to ensure qualified teaching faculty. So as far as the seat allocation is concerned, 80 seats are reserved under the state quota and 47 are reserved for the management quota and 23 are under the NRI quota. Why do we need to have this kind of a distribution of seats? We need this because the operator of the medical college will have to sustain the cost to be incurred for the running of the medical college. So the fee structure, we've not even reached to the stage of consideration of fee structure. And it is incorrect to believe that the state government will not look at this, keeping in mind the requirements of the people who will benefit from those seats. They are all Meghalayan. All Meghalayan will be eligible. And we are yet to sit to decide on the fee fixation. And yes, we are aware that these considerations have to be taken care of with utmost care. Sir, we are all in agreement that this medical college will be the game changer. The game changer that will improve healthcare delivery in the entire region. So the benefits also included in the PPP model already has provisions for patients from Meghalaya to access subsidized treatment at the concessionaire's medical facility, also not just in the medical college, but in any other facility run by the partner. Sir, employment opportunities, there should be no doubt that other than the highly qualified requirements of the teaching faculty, all other vacancies that will arise will be discussed at length at different stages of this proposal. So this alternative method of or model of running a medical college will address the financial constraints and burdens that are likely to arise whenever such highly qualified institutions are instituted in the state of Meghalaya. Sir, government has never said that it will increase hospital fees. We must put this aside. This has never at any point of time discussed, and we have said that nothing changes. On the contrary, though this model will secure the services of highly qualified professors and doctors at no additional cost of the state, and these will be provided by the concessionaire. So the financial structure is also clear. The state government will not pay the concessionaire. Instead, the concessionaire will bear all operation costs. In addition, it will also pay a lease rental of 1 crore annually. The difference in MBBS seats availability under a state-run model versus the PPP approach is significant. Hypothetically, if we were to run the college on its own, faculty recruitment constraints would be likely limit us to 56 seats intake. Of these, 8 seats will go to the All India quota, leaving only 42 seats for the state of Meghalaya. So every year, the numbers of applications that we receive for being considered for MBBS quotas under the state quota are increasing. The competition is getting steeper. The aspirations of the people is increasing. More and more citizens want to be doctors. Now, should we provide them that level playing ground? This is the decision that our government, in the leadership of our Honorable Chief Minister, is now willing to take forward. We will take this forward. We will continue to discuss, and we will see that while we discuss the running of this institution, we are dictated by the NMC norms, and we need to comply with those norms. No concessions are done for any state, no matter how remote or how distant it is. Sir, let us also clarify that the setting up of the medical college is highly technical. I'd say the most difficult among all educational institutions. The major obstacle for us here is to get qualified and dedicated teaching faculty in order to maintain a very high degree of professional conduct. Sir, if we go for 100-seat intake capacity, the total faculty requirement will go up to 150. And there are subsequent requirements as the numbers of intakes go up. Sir, these are the facts that I am placing before the August House for its consideration, for its understanding. Let me also inform the August House. Before the government had decided on the hybrid PPP model for Tura Medical College, our Honorable Chief Minister had already engaged with reputed medical facilities and institutions, many, just to name one, the Christian Medical College, Vellore. A request was made by the Honorable Chief Minister to handhold the government to run the Tura Medical College in 2024. However, Dr. Vikram Matthews, Director of CMC Vellore, had regretted their lack of manpower to run such an institution. But they were favorable to consider mentoring the college as and when it comes up. Notwithstanding this, the process of the project cycle is almost completed, but not concluded. We are yet to sign the concessionaire's agreement, and there is still room for deliberations. The state government is committed to protecting the interests of our aspiring youth, and in its rightful wisdom is doing everything that it thinks is ideal for the future of the state and its people. State government will make all efforts to function it like the Shillong Medical College, provided we have sufficient human resources for getting the NMC approval. We may still consider it correct to engage actively. Take this forward. Let's take the people on board so that we do not seem to be displeasing or not listening to any opinion that is being made in this matter. I reiterate, no cost will be increased for treatment of patients. We are looking at the MOU and signing all of these considerations very mindfully. And at this point of time, we look forward to this discussion resulting positively. I thank the honorable members, the Honorable LO, Dr. Mukul Sangma sir, Rupa Marak, and Madam Miani for giving us some insight as to what is being discussed on the ground. I hope that we will be able to jointly attend to all of these imaginations, or is it, I don't know what to call it, Honorable Chairman, because I think the narrative is going all wrong. We want it to result fruitfully, and we look forward to opportunities to re-meet with everybody who has any valuable suggestion to give us. And I have said, in Shillong, the annual fees, including hostels, has been fixed to 30,000 per annum, and then 29,000 for the subsequent years. We should not doubt the government. We will work on all of these details, and I look forward to the Honorable LO to lead us in this very important way forward. We need to address this problem. We need to make sure that medical college in Tura starts in the session of 2026. I long to see that day where we can actually do it. And with these attempts on my part to explain to the best of my capacity, I welcome all suggestions on behalf of the government, and I look forward to see the day that we can inaugurate session 2026 in the Tura Medical College. With these few submissions, Chairman, sir, I resume my seat.
Thank you. Dr.
Mr. Chairman,
Sangma,
Chairman,
Leader
sir.
of the Opposition, you may seek one clarification first.
Chairman, sir, if I may be also permitted to supplement the points that have been mentioned in a very, very articulate manner by the Honorable Health Minister. The only reason I feel compelled to add to what has been already very well, as I said, articulated, is because this is something that's very close to my heart also. Sir, I will not go into too much of details, but I would like to rather clarify again on few of the concerns that people have raised. Sir, in the first instance, as a government, it is always our top priority to ensure that our people get the best service possible. After we have examined the entire process of activating and operationalizing the Shillong and Tura Medical College, many challenges came in front of us, many. And it has been our endeavor from day one to try and make both the colleges to be run by the government. I want to make that very clear, sir. Our leader of opposition had been mentioning about the PPP mode that came up during his time in Shillong. And I'm sure that he went through the same deliberations and thought processes that we are going through today, and reached to the conclusion of having the PPP mode in Shillong because of the challenges that were there financially, infrastructure-wise, and so many other areas, and manpower most importantly. And therefore, this is something that any government of the day would have to obviously look at, balance it out, look at the practical aspect of things and move forward. So without going into details about the PPP in Shillong, way back in 2017 or before that, that government during the chief ministership of our current LO had discussed, there were so many facts, and I don't want to bring out all those facts right now, including issues of finance and all those things that were there, and seats that were meant to be given to the state. So there were different factors that were there, and based on those situations, those decisions were reached. So therefore, it's always very complicated for a government to move forward, keeping in mind the aspirations that the people have, that the medical college must start. Why has it started here and why has it started there? Those kind of issues and concerns also are in front of us, that if they have to start, we should figure out a way in which we can do it at the earliest. Many governments have tried in the past. It's been 52 years, and I would not be wrong in saying that we are the only state that did not have a medical college in the last 52 years. Now the private medical college one has started, and now the Shillong Medical College has been given the permission by NMC, and we are hopeful that we'll be able to take forward the Tura Medical College also. So sir, I just want to give that background on why we are moving forward. Honorable Minister has already explained that we have been approaching different organizations, different agencies to see how we could possibly make this operational. To the extent that we even did a survey among the doctors who are serving to find out their willingness. And when I say willingness, sir, it does not mean that they are qualified. They are willing, but they have to be qualified also. The 20 of them were willing, but some of them were actually not even qualified. So there is a huge challenge when it came to the manpower, and this was specifically, as I said, for the Tura Medical College. Sir, at the same time, for Tura Medical College, just to share, I think yesterday, just like to remind, Honorable LO had mentioned about his constituency, and he was quite agitated, we all remember, when he mentioned that there was no doctor in the PHC. And that is a fact, sir. And we shared with everybody that we are working towards it. We have appointed 500 doctors in the last 3-4 years. And therefore, if you look at the situation, that even to run our PHCs and CHCs, even to run our district hospitals, even to run the civil hospitals, and the mother and child hospital, the maternity hospitals, we actually don't have sufficient manpower even for the basic services to be provided in the PHCs, CHCs and the civil hospitals. In a rough estimate, the basic minimum requirement of about 90 plus specialists are required just in the Garo Hills region. 90 plus specialists are required. And just for the knowledge of the House, we have only 54 right now. So we have close to almost 50% deficiency in terms of manpower as specialists, even to run our civil hospitals and the different district hospitals. So therefore, the challenges when it comes to the running of medical college will be even far, far more. So those challenges are there in front of us. Recently, sir, there was an article in one of the leading newspapers I was reading, because I was doing a lot of research on this, where it mentioned that, Mr. Speaker, sir, that even the aims that are coming up in different parts of the country today, the aims also are having close to 50% deficiency in the manpower, about 40 plus, but close to 50% deficiency in terms of manpower to run the medical colleges. I also would like to share that we had been targeting for our manpower in Shillong and moved every possible, lines and angles that we could, targeting the 150 seats that we would like to start in Shillong Medical College. And after taking all the manpower, everything that we had, which we could manage, some had given a consent in writing but had not joined us, so on and so forth. Some wanting to join but they're not very sure. Some who have joined but already are saying that they don't want to stay and they want to leave. So many problems like these we are facing in Shillong. And in spite of us targeting and applying for 150 seats and having a manpower that is almost 80%, as per the requirement of NMC, the NMC gave us only 50 seats. So we are struggling to even activate Shillong Medical College, is what my point is. So, sir, this is a very, very genuine and realistic problem that we are seeing. The manpower issue is not just something we are just trying to make up. It is a genuine issue, and I'm sure the LO, being a doctor himself, being a person who's very much involved and has knowledge about the medical sector, will tell you. And I'm sure he knows that it is not an easy task. He has said it in his statement. But he has also said that, yes, we have to try. So therefore, we tried. We have gone for all possible options. We have spoken to our own doctors. We have spoken to some of the hospitals which are more for not-for-profit hospitals, and asked them that would like to partner with us, work with us. And from every angle, we have got a negative response. And obviously, time is ticking. I was telling and sharing with some of the members while discussing this, that even if we are able to finalize things now, the first batch of doctors will come out in 2033-34. So therefore, every year we are losing time. Right now, we have about 90 seats that we have. We have 90 doctors who come out every year, which is a huge deficiency. With the 3 medical colleges, one private and 2 from semi-government and 1 government, we're hopeful that we had hoped that number will be touching 400. But again, as I said, NMC gave us a disappointment. Instead of giving 150 seats, they saw our manpower in Shillong. They said, nothing doing. We can't give you 150. You start with 50. So this is the kind of realistic challenge we face for the manpower, and it's a real challenge. We have tried our best. We are still trying, and we're hoping that we'll be able to overcome it. But the issue is that do we wait till we are able to get the manpower, which may take us maybe 4 years, 5 years, even 10 years down the line, with the ambiguity and non-clarity of when this manpower requirement will be met. So do we wait for that, or do we go ahead with this decision and say, look, whatever the case may be, at least we are able to get 80 seats that we're targeting, or 63% of the total seats that the NMC will finally give us. That is the decision and dilemma that we have. And while we have that dilemma, sir, I want to clarify just 3-4 points, very, very short. So first issue was regarding the fees. Everybody has been talking about the fees. In fact, I saw one sheet. I don't have that with me right now. I think Honorable Minister's file will have that sheet. There was a table of comparison between AIMS, state government, and private medical college. It said private medical college. It did not say a hybrid, partnership between government and private. It said a private medical college. Yeah, this was a sheet. And in this comparison, which I don't know, sir, who has made this, but they mentioned that the tuition fees for the MBBS, if run by the private medical college, will be 50 lakhs to 1 crore. And I think this is really bothering the people a lot. So let me make it very clear on the floor of the House that for those 80 seats, the 63% of the seats that we intend to move forward with, of course, based on discussions that we're doing. That's why Honorable Minister has mentioned that we have not signed the agreement, but we have a decision to move forward or after obviously deep consultation with all our stakeholders and carry everybody along. So I want to make it clear we are a government that has always believed in taking our people along. We believe that there are some misconceptions. We want to resolve and clarify those misconceptions. So first one is this tuition fees. Honorable Minister just mentioned that in Shillong Medical College, the fees will be 30,000. So there is nothing to stop us to make the Tura Medical College also 30,000. I'm saying it right now on the floor of the House. But there is a process. And the process is, there is a committee that is set up. That is what the law mandates. And this committee then studies the entire process and then proposes to the government that this should be the fee. Now, it will be incorrect for us to jump in and simply say that now this is the fees it's going to be. Now, how do we handle that? Very simple. If the fees committee tomorrow comes up and says, for the government quota, the seats should be at 5 lakhs, for example. Government will come in and subsidize, pay 4.7 lakhs for every student from our side, from the state, so that the student has to pay only 30,000 rupees. It's as simple as that, sir. So there is no question of 50 lakhs or 1 crore that the students will have to pay for the state quota, that is 63%. But there is a management quota, sir. And in the management quota, there is again a fee structure that is prepared by this fees committee. And when the members were saying which private party will come for charity, yes, sir. They have a cost to run. They have to manage the doctors, they have to manage the professors, they have to manage the associate professors. And that is why that 37% of the rest of the seats that are there, I think it's less than 33%, 37%, because some seats go for NRI quota or something. But whatever the rest of the percentage that will go in the management quota, the fees committee will decide that fees. For those students, it will be a different structure. And that is something that the fees committee and the management group that is there, they will decide, sir. But our 80 students will not be impacted by that fees. That is the clarity which we'd like to make. Our students will pay the 30,000, which is being paid in Shillong Medical College. If the fees committee says we have to pay 5 lakhs, government will come in, we will subsidize 4.7 lakhs so that the student has to pay only 30,000 rupees. So I want to make that very clear, sir, very clear. So please have no inhibition or no kind of confusion that tuition fees will be 50 lakhs and 1 crore if this kind of a hybrid model is coming. Second, sir, I want to be very clear. Honorable LO has also clarified that for a medical college to start, there has to be a hospital that's attached to it. And it was based on his suggestions, as he mentioned in his speech, that this was taken up at a national level. And therefore, for this medical college to start, the civil hospital Tura and the maternity hospital, the MCH, was the hospital that was attached to this medical college. Now, so there is a misconception here that the private party will come and run this medical college, will run the civil hospital and MCH. Sir, absolutely incorrect. The hospitals are being run right now and will always be run by the superintendent and by the department and by the doctors who are appointed by the government. Only the students will go and have their practice or whatever the medical and academic requirement is there. And that is a good thing for civil hospital and MCH because the manpower will come and serve there. But the people will get the service at the same cost that they have been getting in the past. And MHIS and other cards will also continue to work as they are right now. And the rates at which the government is providing the service will continue. So there is no question of private party coming in and taking over the services. And as mentioned out here, that hospital charges will be at market or semi-market rate. Sir, in civil hospital and MCH, it will be at government rate. There is no ambiguity about that. Now, what happens next? Sir, as per the expression of interest, the points we mentioned there, was that the hospital will have to be managed by or run by the party that comes in. Now, there's a confusion about that, and therefore I think this is the best place to clarify. The hospital that is being mentioned in this is referring to the hospital that this private party will set up, not the hospital that the government is right now running. Because in the long run, the private party, whoever comes and partners with the government, will have to set up a hospital in the long run, sir. Now, if this private party comes up and sets a hospital up, so it's a private hospital. It's not a government hospital. It's been built up by a private party. It is being, financed by the private party. They will charge as per the rate of a private party. For example, sir, tomorrow, if Apollo Hospital comes to Shillong, to Tura, and sets up Apollo Hospital in Tura, they will charge the Apollo rates. We cannot force them to charge, of course, MHIS will be there. So it's similar to that. So tomorrow Apollo coming in is a private hospital coming in. They will set it up, they will build it, they will put the equipments, they will have their doctors there. And therefore, sir, if you look at it from a larger perspective, it is actually, in a way, a blessing from the point of service point of view. So I don't want to quote this, but of course some of our MLAs, I don't want to name, MLAs, they had certain health issues. And, they had treatment, but the treatment, needed further examination and further, operation and procedures. And they were sent to different hospitals in CMC, Vellore and other parts of the country. And therefore, sir, tomorrow, if these kind of setups and hospitals are coming in by the private guys, hopefully our patients will not have to travel all the way to CMC, Vellore or to Hyderabad or to Mumbai. And the overall health facilities will upgrade, will improve. Private party has to come in to provide the services. So can you imagine the people have to travel all the way to CMC Vellore, all the way to Mumbai. The traveling expenditure, the staying expenditure, the entire stress of being away from home. If these facilities come to Meghalaya, if they come to Shillong, if they come to Tura, the patients who can afford will be happy. My point here, sir, is too important to segregate. I think we are trying to combine government facilities with the private facilities. We need to look at them separately. The government facilities will remain as they are. There is no question of... Sorry?
Can we wind up this discussion?
Sir...
Yeah. I think there will be enough platform because we will have to be discussing again and again.
Sir, when he was talking, it's okay for him to take as much time as he wants.
No, because
when
we have also
sir,
some other important items.
If you have the passion to ask, you must have the patience to hear. Please, sir, this is an important topic.
If the Honorable Speaker extends the time, we have no problem.
So I'm clarifying the points.
For all other private members' business, including the resolution.
Sir, I don't know, sir. This is very unfair, I must say. Because, you ask things, but then you don't have the patience. Sir, I have to take time. This is something
we have
important.
Patience. We can hear for 2 hours also, no problem.
Please do. So, sir, keeping that in mind, the people and the members have to realize that they are always saying the rates will go up. The rates will go up. Sir, the rates will not go up for government service, not go up for government procedure, will not go up for government hospitals. They will remain as they are. When a party comes in and sets up their own hospital, now if you say that rate will go up, so that's the private party's prerogative. It's not something that, because they have invested in it. And as I mentioned, tomorrow Apollo Hospital comes in. they will set up. So they will charge as per their procedure. Government has not helped them in any way to set that hospital up. So therefore, I think it is important to segregate between a government hospital services and the private hospital services, as they mentioned out here, that the hospital charges will go up to market rate. Question is, which hospital? Government? No, absolutely not. I want to make it absolutely clear, there will be no change in that. The private hospital is the prerogative of the private party. If they come up and set up a hospital that's 1,000 crores, that's up to them. Government is not going to help them in putting anything. But on the other hand, we have also put in the concessionaires agreement and the entire expression of interest that they will have to give 50% concession to our people. So those kind of provisions also are being made. So I want to make also this very, very clear, sir, that between the private and the hospital and the government hospital, the difference that is there, sir. So coming to, of course, the fee structures I've already mentioned. Regarding the programs, sir, yes, I would also share this, that so that a lot of people actually are confused about this, that, Government of India has funded, and why is now Government of Meghalaya just simply handing it over? Sir, our Honorable Minister has clarified, but I'll re-stress it, that Government of India has given us only 170 crores, period. Nothing more than that. All the rest of the amount of about 130 plus 140 crores today that has been invested by the state government. There is no support from Government of India in terms of the salaries to be paid. The Honorable LO had got into an exhaustive explanation about Finance Commission. So we are all very much aware about Finance Commission. I can go into details and spend another hour and a half explaining how the Finance Commission works. But the point is, sir, these are all aspects that we know are present. But how do we make it happen? It's not as simple. Of course, we can put it, but when you put this, the next Finance Commission will come in. The next Finance Commission, when it comes in, that's when these issues will put in, because current Finance Commission's recommendations have already gone forward. They'll come out with their recommendations very, very soon. So there are a lot of areas which, is simple to just say that, put it in the Finance Commission. It's not so simple, sir. There's a time period. It'll take about 7 to 8 years, 9 years to do it. Now, the question is also not about money as much as it is about availability. Now, obviously, sir, if it's a question of money, we have to pay 10%, 15%, 20% more. Yes, government is willing to go ahead and give that extra amount. But we need the manpower's availability. And again, I repeat that the larger question is the availability of the manpower. Even if we want to pay, the people are not ready to come. That is where we are stuck, sir. So, having said that, and respecting the LO's desire to close the discussion, sir, I would like to simply say that our intention is very clear. We are not here to take away anybody's rights. We are not here to bulldoze as a government. We never ever do that, sir. There have been many instances where you have seen that we have engaged, and if we have found that there is validity and there is another way out, we have been very, very happy to explore the other way if it helps the larger interests. So we are open. I want to make it very clear. But as of now, there were two things only. Number one was that there's a misconception about the information. People are saying that they have to pay 50 lakhs to 1 crore fee. These misconceptions have to go first. And after everybody understands all these facts and figures and knows about these misconceptions that are there, then we can discuss about the possibility of other options. And if the other options are there for us to explore, and we are able to get the manpower, then we can explore, as I said, the alternative options of moving forward in whatever way possible. But we have explored it in the past. We have seen the challenges. It's not that we just simply jumped into it. Last 2 years, we've been working on this option and seeing how to move forward. And after a lot of deliberation, sir, we had to see that this was the only way that we could move forward. There are confusions, so we're ready to engage. We will engage. In fact, next week, I have requested our health department to also very actively clarify all these concerns that are there. And then, based on that, sir, we're open to discussion with the honorable members also. We'll be happy to engage and take this forward. But I thought that I would take this opportunity to clarify some of the points that the honorable members have mentioned. And once again, I thank the honorable Health Minister for a very, very articulate and a very, very good reply that she has given to this particular short duration discussion. With these few words, I resume my seat, sir.
Mr. Speaker, sir.
To seek one-
In fact, when I wanted to make my submission, the Honorable CM wanted to supplement through his clarification. I'm grateful and thankful to the Honorable Chief Minister as well. And also, I would like to profusely thank Minister in charge, Health and Family Welfare, for having been very elaborative in the whole reply. In fact, it is not something that is not within the domain of our knowledge. Yes, like what Honorable CM has rightfully referred to. We know the constraints, we know the challenges, but have we explored all the possibilities? That is one thing. And another thing is that let us not go only by what is in circulation in social media. I think there may be some sources which may be circulating certain kind of information, but that is where we need to be more cautious. Because this particular project, again, we have to also look at the background of the project which was conceptualized and how it has been referred to. First thing about that hospital. The whole program for establishment of medical college and the assistance given by Government of India thereof with attached hospitals, district or referral hospitals. These are to start. These are to start with. It is not that these attached hospitals are adequate enough to be a teaching hospital of a medical college. Obviously not. But it is conceptualized in order to facilitate the takeoff. It is only for taking off. Subsequently, the Tura Medical College also will be similar. It has to exit its control over to Tura Civil Hospital. That is the natural transition that will take place. But here, the challenge lies. Medical college is not only for providing education, but a referral center. Now, when the private investor is already, as has been also replied, which is very clear, that once they establish their own hospital as teaching hospital for the medical college, the whole game changes. That is where the concern is. So we have to take cognizance of that. We are talking about an agreement for 33 years. To be automatically renewed for another 33 years, 66 years. By then, I don't know who will be here in this August House, dealing with these challenges, to reconnect the dots as to how the whole background emanated and how it was closed as far as the decision is concerned, as a tie-up between the government and the private entity. So these are areas of concern. Since people are talking about concerns and we are to be receptive, now the background. See, there is one very important background which I want to make a submission in a very nutshell, Mr. Speaker, sir. We were confronted by unprecedented challenges of lawlessness, terrorism. And after the suspension of operation in 2004, we expected that we will be able to put an end to this whole problem of lawlessness. But somebody left, somebody deserted, established another, which was then notified as a terrorist organization by the government of India. The GNLA came out. Somebody from NBC ran out. So, Mr. Speaker, sir, these are concerns. On the basis of that, what we tried to do was that, okay, whatever is the perceived gap in the developmental aspects will be taken care of, and medical college is one of them. We told them that, look, we are already doing this. Look, we are already doing this. Thereby ensuring that we are not somehow subjected to kind of an unforeseen derailment of this whole peace process, and we were able to achieve.
Because, sir, I thought that Elo wanted to talk about other things also. Now he's also started to
I have
go on.
I have to
Then
tell you
I
the
will have to
background.
also, sir. I also have to reply, sir. After that, I'm just giving.
So here
message,
in this
that's also.
tax settlement,
So I will take my time to reply.
This is reflected. I think CM will have the copy of this, and Honorable Health Minister also should have this copy. These are background. You know how we restored peace, how we ensured confidence, instilled confidence and trust to have a sustainable peace. Therefore, the background is also required to be understood. Therefore, challenges notwithstanding, let us discuss, let us find out. But then, the background is also very important, and therefore, I would like to urge upon the government to see that the original objective of establishment of this medical college is given due weightage, and let this whole objective be not derailed. Derailment I refer to is because of the delay also, because we delayed, and delay is for whatever reasons we delay. So these are all contributory factor for what we have come now. But we explored all the possibilities? Have we explored this particular provision which was referred to by the government policy? Enhancement of age limit for appointment. Was it done? Yeah. So all these things are important, and how we explore all other ways and means of getting faculty members. We have to put together our heads and then see that we overcome this challenge.
So as mentioned, sir, by the Honorable LO, that all the options, he just mentioned that we should have explored the option of increasing the age limit. We have already done it. We have already increased the age limit to allow the doctors to be able to continue their service, because the number of doctors is less. So we are exploring every possible option. So I even mentioned, I think Honorable Minister mentioned, that we also have explored the option of talking to not-for-profit hospitals to engage with us, to help us and support us so that we can make this functional. They have denied. We have spoken to our own doctors and asked them that would you be willing to come in and join us to run this medical college, and most of them have denied. So that is the kind of situation we face. We've done our homework in the last 3 years. But yet, sir, we are not going to say that we're going to stop. We will continue to engage. We'll continue to find options. We'll be happy to explore what it is. And the last point, sir, which I wanted to mention about the hospital aspect, which Honorable LO had mentioned, is that is exactly our point, sir. Today, if this comes up as a government college, now, for example, if Shillong Medical College is there, so the civil hospital will remain to be continued to for as long as possible. So therefore, the question of us putting up a new hospital from the government expenditure as of now doesn't arise, because we will not have that kind of resources immediately to build up a completely new hospital. So therefore, in Tura also, if we do not have this hybrid model, the referral hospital will continue as civil hospital and MCH. We will not get a new hospital, we will not get new manpower there. The doctors who are there already teaching in medical college will continue to be working in the civil hospital, and that system will continue. So the question of a larger hospital coming up will not arise, because the funds are not
that
there.
That provision I have already said during my submission, it is there.
No, this is more becoming like I don't know, this is not a short duration discussion anymore.
Sir, they made it long, sir. I have to also reply long.
This provision is there, that's why I'm telling you.
Sir, the provisions, sir, we are going to explore all provisions. I'm not saying we're not going to explore. But it's not as simple as just simply saying that, these provisions. So therefore, there are complications. And as I said, sir, we're happy to engage in this. But I am again reiterating, sir, we have got a huge challenge of manpower, and that is really the biggest challenge in front of us. And I'll be happy if we can get suggestions on how we can move forward in this. We are happy to engage. And as I said, when it comes to treatment and when it comes to the fee structure of our students, there should not be any confusion in this. The students will pay only the government fees. What is being paid in Shillong Medical College, 30,000 is what the students will pay, our students will pay in Tura Medical College also. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Now we come to item number 5, resolutions. Now we will take up resolution number 1. Dr. Mukul Sangma, Leader of Opposition and MLA. You want me to read out the entire thing, or you will move yourself?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Because I think the chair only wants to shorten the time. Everyone wants to speak.
Mr. Speaker, sir, you have always been considerate. Sir, most of the times, even the members not even appealing for extension, you have understood that this is the place where deliberations and discussions should take place in the best interest of the state, and you have always been considerate in extending time. So I thank you for enabling me to move this resolution. Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to move this resolution under the relevant rules of procedure and conduct of business. Mr. Speaker, sir, whereas the 3 autonomous district councils, namely Khasi Hills Autonomous District Council, Janjai Hills Autonomous District Council, and Garo Hills Autonomous District Councils, are established under the mandate of the 6th Schedule of the Constitution of India and are vested with power and responsibilities for effective administration of the 6 scheduled areas of the state of Meghalaya. And whereas the ADCs require to fulfill the objective as enshrined in the 6th schedule of the Constitution of India, in the best interest of the scheduled tribes of the state of Meghalaya. And whereas the objective of the mandate of the Constitution of India requires ADCs to fulfill responsibility towards preserving and protecting the identity of our tribal people in respect of our rich tribal heritage, tribal land and resources within the 6th schedule area, including the administration of justice as per the customary laws and traditions for overall welfare and interests of the tribals of the state. And whereas the ADCs are till date not adequately supported to ensure financial stability for fulfilling the constitutional responsibility, thereby failing the objective of the 6th schedule of the Constitution of India, and whereas there is a genuine need for ensuring predictable, viable source of revenue for the ADCs in the state for their financial stability, and whereas the state legislature has enacted the Meghalaya State Finance Commission Act 2012, which is self-explanatory, and whereas sub-clause BB and sub-clause C of clause 3 of the Article 280 of the Constitution of India provides measures needed to augment the consolidated fund of a state to supplement the resources of, number 1, panchayats of the state, and number 2, the municipalities in the state respectively, on the basis of the recommendation of the finance commissions of the state. Now, therefore, this House to resolve to urge upon the Government of India to amend the Article 280 of the Constitution of India and add additional subclause under clause 3 of the Article 280 of the Constitution of India to empower and enable the Union Finance Commission to recommend measures needed to augment the consolidated fund of the state to supplement the resources of the ADCs in the state on the basis of the recommendation made by the Finance Commission of the state.
Motion moved. Now you may initiate the discussion, please.
Mr. Speaker, sir, this issue is before all of us, and we are all aware of the challenges being faced by the ADCs in respect of planning and implementing various programs for the welfare of our communities which belong to the scheduled tribe as per the provision of the Constitution of India, and not having the predictability of the kind of fund that is required to plan in the matter of implementing various programs for the welfare of the tribals within the given 6 scheduled areas, within the respective areas of the respective ADCs, and also to improve the level of governance, administration. This is pertinent and is confronting the challenge, the state and the ADCs. Now, in order to ensure that days ahead we are able to navigate through these challenges, in view of the provisions of the Constitution which is enshrined in it, specifically for the welfare of the scheduled tribes and for the purpose of supplementing the effort of the ADCs in improving the level of governance. Now, when we talk about this, whether there is a provision in the Constitution, because everything that we do in the matter of any proposal for spending of fund from the public exchequer, it is all governed by the mandate of the Constitution. We are all aware of this. We are all lawmakers. Now, even the finance commissions, the union finance commissions, have very elaborately reflected these concerns of the states, which were based on the engagement with respective states where we have the ADCs and 6 areas. Whether we refer to the recommendation of the observation and recommendation of the 10 Finance Commission, the 11 Finance Commission, 12 Finance Commission, 13 Finance Commission, 14 Finance Commission, 15 Finance Commission, and now while we are awaiting the recommendation, observation and recommendation of the latest Union Finance Commission. However, over the years, somehow or other, this very crucial responsibility, which is vested upon the state of Meghalaya and other states who have ADCs within the domain of the jurisdiction of the state, which almost covers almost 90+% of the whole area of the state, excepting the municipality area in Shillong, as it was notified in the act itself at the time of creation of the reorganization of the state. Now, I would like to refer to this very provision of the Constitution, which refers to the Article 275. Sir, this is which is relevant to us. The clause 1 of Article 275. Otherwise, we usually refer to it as Article 275(1) of the Constitution of India, which mandates the Parliament. I would like to refer to the content of this article. Such sums as Parliament may by law provide shall be charged on the Consolidated Fund of India in each year as grant in aid of the revenues of such states as Parliament may determine to be in need of assistance, and different sums may be fixed for different states. Provided that there shall be paid out of the Consolidated Fund of India as grants in aid of the revenues of a state, such capital and recurring sums as may be necessary to enable the state to meet the cost of such schemes of development as may be undertaken by the state with the approval of the Government of India for the purpose of promoting the welfare of the scheduled tribes in the state, or raising the level of administration of the scheduled areas therein to that of the administration of the rest of the areas of that state. Now, the interpretation is also reflected by many of the observations and recommendations of the Finance Commission. Different Finance Commission. There are too many. And every Finance Commission has referred to it. But what is happening is that under the Article 280, since Article 280, the relevant clause which I have referred to, the clause 3 of the Article 280, only provides for accepting such recommendations of the state finance commissions which are constituted for Panchayati Raj. And also, the subsequent provision is to accept the recommendations of the State Finance Commission by the Union Finance Commission to recommend to the Union Government on the municipalities. There is no space for the Finance Commission, which should be vested with the responsibility of recommending such need of grants for the welfare of the taking up the developmental programs by the ADCs in respect of Meghalaya, which is the district councils. And this being absent, the terms of reference which are given by Union Government to the Finance Commission always is, by default, do not cover this particular concern, though there is a provision. Because, see, look at this Article 275(1). It is not a grant which should be voted by Parliament. It is a grant which is charged. No vote, no debate. So, this is the constitutional provision which has to be therefore leveraged upon by the state. And leveraging upon the state, we, again, this reference also is there in the recommendation. I would like to read this observation of the 13th Finance Commission. While the general power of sanctioning grants for rendering financial assistance is left to Parliament by Clause 1 of Article 275 of the Constitution, specific grants are enabled through the two provisions to the clause. First, proviso concerns payment from the Consolidated Fund of India without vote in Parliament of sums necessary for schemes of development, for the welfare of scheduled tribes, and for raising the level of administration of scheduled areas as may have been undertaken by the state with the approval of the Government of India. Now, therefore, this engagement with Government of India is very crucial. We tried in 2014, 15, 16, engagement with the Ministry of Panchayati Raj, because the Finance Commission, the Article 280, Clause 3, refers to only these two, Finance Commission for the purpose of Panchayati Raj and for the purpose of municipality. So therefore, this particular area of somehow not covering with this recommendation of the Finance Commission due to non-inclusion of the ADCs under the terms of reference for the Finance Commission. We took up this matter, and there was an aggressive, repeated engagement with the concerned ministry, particularly Ministry of Panchayati Raj, then Ministry of Tribal Affairs, and the Ministry of Finance and Ministry of Home Affairs. And we were able to, at least to make a beginning, make them agree that yes, we have skipped these areas of funding which is required for the ADCs. So they started giving us, at least, though this particular Finance Commission is not yet constituted for this purpose, and therefore no terms of reference can be given to the Union Finance Commission in the absence of this provision in Article 280. Therefore, we will start with the grant, one-time assistance first. That is where we got that fund for KHADC in 2015 and 16, and for Garhwal's Autonomous District Council, which was only for Garhwal's Autonomous District Council was 100.71 crore. Then JHADC, all the three ADCs were given, different amounts. Now, we are required to follow up. Follow up in view of these issues which have been discussed at different times, at different levels, including when we put our hands as government, along with Government of India and the then proscribed pre-disbanding organizations of ANBC. Here, in Para 77, it was incorporated, and this was part of the discussion which was held in this August House. Before we send it to Government of India, this issue was discussed as to how the tax settlement should be agreed upon and how it should apply to all the ADCs, not confined to only GHADC. And this was agreed upon unanimously by all the political parties at that point of time. So we should always connect with the circumstances in the bygone years and how this discussion was arrived at, how Government of India has become signatory. That means they are legally, constitutionally responsible to give effect to these intents. Now here in Para 7.7, it is said, an independent body like the State Finance Commission will be constituted to recommend establishing a proper basis for fund allocation and sharing of tax proceeds between the state government and the autonomous council administration. The government of India and the government of Meghalaya will initiate steps for necessary modification in the constitutional and other relevant legislative, procedural, regulatory regime. Modification in the constitution means amendment wherever needed. That is the reason of my intent of bringing this resolution. Because we have tried number of times, we have engaged with number of successive Union Finance Commissions, but we have seen the end result. Therefore, let us take recourse to this particular provision of the law, of the Constitution, and see that these funds are transferred, provided to the state based on this need. The need for enabling the ADCs to take up all the various developmental and welfare programs for our Jaipunru, and to augment the level of administration of the respective ADCs. Augment the level of administration means provide the necessary support, the revenue expenditure which will be required for the payment of salaries. Therefore, once this particular space available in Constitution is invoked by us and we try to prevail upon this provision as a weapon to convince Government of India, I am sure we will be able to overcome this challenge. That's why I think we should collectively come to see that we explore this provision which is available and which has been in their observation appropriately articulated by number of the Finance Commission earlier. Now, here to create this enabling environment for us, we have referred to Article 270. It shall be the duty of the Commission to make recommendations to the President as to the distribution, that is the clause 3 of the Article 280, the distribution between the Union and the State of the net proceeds of taxes which are to be or may be divided between them under this chapter, and the allocation between the State of the respective shares of such proceeds. The principle which should govern the grants in aid of the revenues of the State out of the Consolidated Fund of India. To the measures needed to augment the Consolidated Fund of the State to supplement the resources of the municipalities in the State on the basis of recommendation made by the Finance Commission of the State. And the measures needed to augment the Consolidated Fund of the State to supplement the resources of the panchayats in the State on the basis of the recommendations made by the Finance Commission of the State. Here, there is a need to have this very provision wherein there shall be an added subclause to the clause 3, wherein we shall propose that because these are the constitutional mandate which empowers the Union government to prepare the terms of reference to the Union Finance Commission. In absence of this, the Union Finance Commission's terms of reference for the Finance Commission to look at all this transfer of resources for different purposes will be governed only by this. Only for panchayats and only for municipalities. Therefore, since we have the provision of Article 275(1), therefore, leveraging upon that only, we are saying that there is a separate mandate of the Constitution which should be decided upon by the government, and read Article 275(1), some which will be proposed through the Parliament to provide and which will be charged on the Consolidated Fund of India in each year as grant in aid, which should be for the purpose of augmenting the level of administration besides enabling the resources to be passed on to the ADCs for the welfare programs of the tribal people. Now, here a word of caution, which I believe must be a rider inhibiting the state government. I also have gone through this during that time when I had the privilege of deciding on whether we should have this State Finance Commission or not. I looked at all the possibilities. Now, based on that understanding that this can be leveraged upon and can be based on these provided in the provision of the Constitution, we embarked upon that legislative exercise to have the State Finance Commission Act 2012. We already have that. Now, how this can be leveraged upon for the Union Finance Commission to take as a terms of reference to include this part will be determined by addition of the provision within the existing framework of the Constitution in as far as Article 280 is concerned. Or unless the Government of India decides to include in this particular article only in Article 275, that these grants will be determined by State Finance Commission constituted exclusively for the states, where the areas which are excluded under the relevant part, which is governed by the 73rd and 74th Amendment, are included. Here, therefore, I would like to again refer to this particular point that we included in the terms of reference. While doing so, we have looked at the possibilities and also whether it will ultimately land up in putting the whole burden of responsibility of transferring these resources only to the state. We examined that, but then it is not so. Because based on this requirement only, the State Finance Commission will also recommend to the Union Finance Commission, and Union Finance Commission, because the terms of reference will be then available for the Union Finance Commission, then they are mandated by the Constitution. So that is the thing. Here it says that the tax proceeds between the state government and autonomous council administration. These tax proceeds are not confined to the tax proceeds of the state's own realized revenue only. It refers to the fund which is available under the provision of Article 275(1), because Article 275(1) provides for Parliament to, by law, provide these funds both for the welfare and for developmental programs of the scheduled tribes area in the 6 scheduled areas, and also to improve or raise the level of administration of the 6 scheduled areas therein. So, Mr. Speaker, sir, this challenge will continue to confront us, this shortage of financial support, unless we prevail upon Government of India. We have tried earlier also. I remember during our time, it was we were always perturbed when the employees of the district councils come, when the members of the respective ADCs come, particularly Garhwal's Autonomous District Council and Jaintia Hills Autonomous District Council. Somehow or other, Khasi Hills Autonomous District Council have not faced this problem of not being able to pay even the salaries to the employees. But these other two ADCs. Now, there is sometimes a tendency to play, to the gallery and engage in gambling. I think we should resist from that. Because I am perturbed when sometimes we hear how the narratives are circulated when we try to pass on the bucks to others. It doesn't help us. It doesn't help all of us who belong to one particular class, the political class. We must remember that political class, people who belong to political class, are always at the receiving end, irrespective of where we belong to. Therefore, it is only, somehow opening up additional avenues for people to look at the people belonging to political class with that kind of contempt. It doesn't help anyone, because we have divine responsibility of caring for the state, divine responsibility of addressing concerns and issues that challenge and confront our people on a daily basis, that challenge and confront the policymakers and legislators on a regular basis. Every government has faced this problem. Yes, there was instances where district council has not been able to pay the salary of the teachers. But then at that point of time, maybe we did not see how we can prevail upon Government of India to say that, look, ADCs are vested with more important role. Why are you not giving us money? I think it is time that we should all put our heads together and be collectively assertive to prevail upon Government of India. I am sure they will agree. Because I remember, if you go through the minutes of those few meetings which were held between the Panchayati Raj Ministry of Home Affairs, Ministry of Tribal Affairs, Ministry of Finance, and a number of other ministries who were involved in the committee for discussion. The minutes are there. The minutes will enable us to how to again format our requests to the Government of India. I have only prepared this resolution so that the government will be in a position to work out the modalities of how we communicate collectively with the utmost sense of responsibility and how we become collectively assertive to prevail upon Government of India. Every government has tried. I remember during our time, sometimes 9 months, 8 months, 10 months, we feel perturbed. We managed to release funds. There are a number of factors also. There are a number of factors which afflict the whole administration of district council. These are required to also be corrected. These are all appropriately reflected in the observations of respective finance commission. And they must be all attended to. And at the same time, the issue of this release of the state share, the share of the district councils from whatever revenues we realize, particularly from the major and minor forests, including whatever taxes are collected by the government of state government, whether it is in the area of transport, etc. I think we were given the hope that the government will release, in as far as GHADC is concerned, whatever share of royalty is balanced. I remember Honorable Deputy CM giving this particular statement, carried by media, that whatever royalty share is there, whether small or big, we don't know, will be released immediately. In view of the extreme hardship, and I think they have 43 months is not a matter of joke. Some efforts were also made to attribute these causes because of illegal appointments. Whether illegal or legal, by the ADCs. The state government has never interfered. I have not seen. During my time, in the course of my being in the government as minister or as deputy chief minister or as chief minister, in respect of ADCs, we have never interfered in the matter of appointment. But I am very perturbed and pained that sometimes these blames are passed on to Dr. Mukul Sharma, that during his time, illegal appointments were made. These are defamatory. When the whole population of the Garuls region are somehow driven by emotion, this kind of blame has serious ramification on my safety, security, and personal repute. I would like to urge upon everyone to desist from this. It doesn't help anybody. It doesn't help the government nor the state. It will only be an unhealthy precedent for future. Politicians of the next generation will think that that is the appropriate way of dealing with issues, passing on the buck to the predecessors. It's not correct, because no one is going to be here as members in the government in perpetuity. There will be a day when somebody else will occupy will be vested with the responsibility of governance. So it will only create that kind of enabling environment for our future generation to pass on the buck to us. Therefore, it is being made abundantly clear that during my time, in 2015-16, the chief executive member of GATDC was Denang T. Sama. And that is the year 2015-16 when there was a somehow small incremental increase of employees in GATDC. It continued with the same thing. Then resultant retirement brought it down a little bit. Then it came up again last 2 years. So these figures can be looked at. I request the Honorable Deputy Chief Minister in charge of District Council Affairs to see that one, so that he himself also can somehow clarify that no, it is none of the Chief Ministers, neither the preceding Chief Minister, previous Chief Minister, nor the present Chief Minister is responsible for this. None of us. But the fact is that there is an intrinsic, inherent problem faced because of not being able to invoke the provision of the Constitution, having known that there is an enormous responsibility in the matters of governance, which is so clearly indicated in the provision of the 6th Schedule of the Constitution of India in respect to the ADCs in Meghalaya. I think it is only incumbent upon the state government and the state and the ADCs to come together and be assertive and take up with Government of India to see that what is due for our people, for the purpose of enabling these ADCs to shoulder the responsibility of not only implementing the programs and developmental initiative, but also to increase the level of governance so that with dignity and honor, the members of District Council can shoulder upon themselves the responsibility of governing the 6th Schedule area in sync with the mandate of the provision of the Constitution of India. So with these few words, Mr. Speaker, sir, I have urged upon this House to come together, to collectively decide. I have only met the initiative. It's up to the government how you want to format this resolution. It is not necessarily that in my own wisdom, whatever text I have scripted and formatted is the best. There can be the government's own version of the resolution which should be adopted. If the government decides not to adopt, as usual, because that is how we practice. But there was a time when I accepted and agreed to resolve a resolution when the honorable member from West Shillong brought a resolution in regard to inclusion of languages, our Khasi language, for consideration for inclusion in 8th Schedule. We agreed. We said, let's take a resolution. So there are precedents. When it is something which is pertinent and are going to remain as unresolved problems, we need to come out of this mess. And that is because we have not invoked this constitutional provision to be assertive with Government of India, and we land up in the same problem again and again. With these few words, I urge upon the government of the day and all the members of this August House to agree to resolve a resolution, to agree to resolve this and adopt this resolution in order to enable the state government to carry it forward and take it up with Government of India in order to ensure that the objectives of the provisions of the 6th Schedule of the Constitution is fulfilled in letter and spirit in the best interest of our tribal people. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Yes, Srimati Yani Dishra, please.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I also rise to support the resolution brought by Honorable Leader of Opposition. The resolution which says, whereas the 3 ADCs, Autonomous District Councils, namely number 1, KHADC, number 2 GHADC, and number 3 GHADC, are established under the mandate of the 6th schedule of the Constitution of India and are vested with power and responsibilities for the effective administration of the 6th schedule areas of the state of Meghalaya. And whereas the ADCs required to fulfill the objective as enshrined in of the 6th schedule responsibility of protecting, administer tribal land and resources within the 6th schedule areas, including the administration of justice as per customary laws and traditions for overall welfare and interests of the tribals of the state. And whereas the ADCs are till date not adequately supported to ensure financial stability for fulfilling the constitutional responsibility, thereby failing the objective of the 6th schedule of the Constitution of India. And whereas there is a genuine need for ensuring predictable, buoyant source of revenue for the ADCs in the state for their financial stability, and whereas the state legislature has enacted the Meghalaya State Finance Commission Act 2012, which is self-explanatory. And whereas subclause BB and subclause C of clause 3 of Article 280 of the Constitution of India provides measures needed to augment the consolidated fund of the state to supplement the resources of the panchayats of the state and the municipalities in the state respectively on the basis of the recommendation of the Finance Commission of the state. Now therefore, this House do resolve to urge upon the GOI, Government of India, to amend the Article 280 of the Constitution of India and add additional subclause under clause 3 of Article 280 of the Constitution of India to empower and enable the Union Finance Commission to recommend measures needed to augment the consolidated fund of the state to supplement the resources of the ADCs in the state on the basis of the recommendation made by the Finance Commission of the state. Sir, this resolution, I think, is beautifully articulated. This is the requirement of the day. Sir, we have seen the current state of our ADCs. We have seen that the district councils of our state, the 3 district councils of our states, day by day is weakening. And time and again we've been saying that we need to strengthen our ADCs. Our district councils need to be strengthened in order to take care of our tribal identities and our tribal land. And I think it is a duty of every person in the state and us as representatives of our people and members of this August House to have the burden of responsibility to make sure that the ADCs are taken care of, are strengthened urgently. Now, the Honorable Leader of Opposition has already referred to all the relevant articles in the Constitution, which is very, very important and technical, and that is the reason why only these 2, the panchayats and the municipalities, are expressly mentioned. Therefore, there is an immediate need to pursue this matter and engage with the Government of India, so that there is a point of reference for the Union Finance Commission to enable them to fund and supplement the required financial resources of the ADCs. Sir, if we don't address this problem now, it will accumulate and further degrade the state of our ADCs. Therefore, I think the state government should take up this resolution and pass it in this August House. Therefore, sir, I also request the state government to provide and release the required fund for the salary of the employees of the GHADC and JHADC, which should be reimbursed from Government of India under provision of Article 275(1) of the Constitution of India. Therefore, sir, with these few submissions and these few points, I would like to give my support to the resolution and resume my seat. Thank you.
Now I will call the Minister in charge to reply, please.
Mr. Speaker, sir, at the outset, I am so thankful to the Honorable Leader of the Opposition, Dr. Mukul Sangma, and MLA of Songsak constituency, for moving and bringing in the resolution to urge the Government of India to amend Article 280, which I personally feel it is the most befitting topic that we need to discuss in this August House for the detailed clarity. So I'm so thankful also to the Honorable MLA from Ampati, Madam Miami Dishira, who supported the resolution. And sir, I will, because of the time's constraint, I will not read out the entire text of the resolution. Maybe I will just take only the last para, the operative part of it. Now, therefore, this House do resolve to urge upon the Government of India to amend the Article 280 of the Constitution of India and additional subclause under Clause 3 of Article 280 of the Constitution of India, and to empower and enable the Union Finance Commission to recommend measures needed to augment the consolidated fund of the state to supplement the resources of the ADCs in the state on the basis of the recommendation made by the Finance Commission of the state. To my understanding, I think the resolution has three parts, which needs to be elaborated upon. Firstly, I think to urge the Government of India to amend the Article 280. The second intention is to add the additional subclause 3 in the Article 280 that will empower the Union Finance Commission to recommend resources directly to the Autonomous States Council. And thirdly, the Union Finance Commission will ultimately, after the amendment, rely upon the State Finance Commission as the basis of the recommendation. I think these are the three aspects which is very important. As I've already said, sir, I'm so thankful to the Honorable Leader of Opposition. With a great concern, he brought this resolution today for clarification and for deliberation too. Sir, I would like to highlight the following key points for the benefit of the members of this August House. Number one, before I go into these issues, it is important to understand the brief history of the 6th schedule and the 73rd and 74th constitutional amendment. And secondly, the position in the Constitution with regards to the establishment of the State Finance Commission, especially the difference in areas covered by Panchayati Raj institutions and the 6th schedule's area. Sir, the autonomous district councils were constituted under the 6th schedule to the Constitution when the Constitution of India came into force way back in 1950. And the objective was for effective administration over scheduled areas by creation of an institution called the Autonomous District Councils, keeping in mind the customary laws and traditions of the tribal people who for centuries inhabited these lands. The objective behind constituting district councils was to also preserve the language, culture, and heritage, customary laws and land of scheduled tribes living in northeast India, including our state of Meghalaya. Sir, the 73rd and 74th constitutional amendments were approved by Parliament in 1992, which introduced Part 9 and Part 9A for Panchayati Raj institutions and municipalities. Whereas Meghalaya was specifically excluded under Article 243M and 243ZC, maintaining the 6 schedules distinct framework. Article 243I states that the governor of the state shall constitute a state finance commission within 1 year of the 73rd Amendment Act and every 5 years thereafter to review Panchayat's financial position. The Commission's recommendation will cover distribution and allocation of taxes, duties, tolls and fees, assignment of taxes to Panchayati Raj, grants in aid and measures to improve Panchayat financial position, which the governor will lay before the state legislature along with an explanatory memorandum on the action taken. However, sir, our Article 243M 2 subclause A specifically exempts the states of Nagaland, Meghalaya and Mizoram from the application of Part 9 in bracket Panchayats of the Constitution, and consequently the constitutional mandate to constitute state finance commissions under Article 243I does not apply to Meghalaya. Number two, sir, the 12th Finance Commission clearly stated in the recommendation, 12th Finance Commission. Yes, sir.
It is now 2 p.m. and in exercise of Rule 11 of the Rules of Procedure and Conduct of Business, I will extend the House till this resolution is disposed of today. Honorable Deputy Chief Minister, you may continue, please.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. The 12th Finance Commission, I'll repeat again, the 12th Finance Commission clearly stated that the states of Meghalaya, Mizoram, and Nagaland have been specifically excluded from the operation of the 73rd Constitutional Amendment, but the legislatures of these states have been given the power to extend this amendment to their state by law, except in respect of the 6 scheduled areas. They did so on the ground that the Ministry of Home was considering a proposal for amendment in 6 schedule to make autonomous district councils more effective. Again, sir, the recommendation of the Third Finance Commission endorsed the recommendation of the Expert Committee on Planning for the 6 scheduled areas set up by the Ministry of Panchayat Ministry relating to setting up of bodies similar to State Finance Commission in states which are not covered by Part 9 of the Constitution and are thus not required to set up SFCs. As recommended by them, the terms of reference of these state finance commissions like bodies may be patterned on the provision of Article 243I of the Constitution of India. Thirdly, sir, the 15th Finance Commission, in their last recommendation, recommended that all states which have no constituted State Finance Commission must constitute State Finance Commissions, act upon their recommendations, and laid the explanatory memorandum as to the action taken thereon before the state legislature on or before March 2024. After March 2024, no grant should be released to a state that has not complied with the constitutional provisions in respect of the State Finance Commissions and these conditions. The Ministry of Panchayati Raj will certify the compliance of all constitutional provisions by a state in this respect before the release of their share of grants for 2024-25 and 2025-26. However, sir, the state government has replied to the 15th Finance Commission The state clarified that the 15th Finance Commission's recommendation regarding the constitution of State Finance Commission, as referenced in their recommendation in para 7.57 and 7.58 of the Commission's report and para 5A3 of the operational guidelines apply only to states covered under Part 9 of the Constitution. Meghalaya is expressly exempted from the mandatory constitution of State Finance Commission by virtue of Article 243M as referred earlier, which excludes certain states from the ambit of Article 243I. Consequently, there is no constitutional requirement for Meghalaya to constitute State Finance Commission under Article 243I, and the reference recommendation do not extend to the state. So, in view of the above reference, sir, the release of the Finance Commission recommendation is still in flow to the state government, and there is no stoppage till today. Sir, went next para, the Meghalaya State Finance Commission Act 2012, as rightly mentioned by the Honorable LO, Dr. Mukul Sangma, that time when he was also the Chief Minister, we have passed the Meghalaya State Finance Commission Act 2012, taking into consideration that issues where we thought that by constituting, by having our own act in the state, at least we will be able to be accessible to the Union Finance Commission. But as of today, sir, till today, as I've already read out, till today, the Union Finance Commission still following the consideration of their recommendation from 5 years to another 5 years on the basis of the Article 243M and 243I. Mr. Speaker, sir, the Constitution 125th Amendment Bill 2019, it is coming step by step, and ultimately the government of India, because they have the intention to amend the 6th schedule, and in the name of 125th Amendment Bill 2019 was introduced in Rajya Sabha. It is specifically in the year 2019. In the year 2019, it was introduced, I think to be specific, the bill was introduced in Rajya Sabha on February 6, 2019, and it is specifically with the intention to the empowerment, the autonomous district councils, and also to fulfill the mandate of the tax settlement agreement. The government of India introduced their bill, which is till today lying with the parliament. Sir, because the proposal, the resolution is to amend the Article 280. Let me come to this portion, which is very, very important, very, I should say, the bone contention of the proposed amendment by the government of India. The bill specifically proposes to amend Article 280 in bracket 3 by inserting a new subclause CA. Let me read the amendment. The measures needed to augment the consolidated fund of state to supplement the resources of the district councils. The word district council has been clearly included here, including municipal council, village council in the tribal areas within the states referred to in clause 2 of Article 244 on the basis of the recommendations made by the finance commissions of the said states. So this clause, which is right now the property of the parliament, is exactly goes in line with the resolution, the text brought in by our Honorable LO. So it is already, sir. So from the government side, the state government has been following up time and again with the government of India on the passage of this 125th Constitutional Amendment Bill. The Honorable Chief Minister a number of occasions met the Honorable Home Minister as well as the Honorable Prime Minister of India and put more pressure for the early passage of this amendment bill. And once this bill is passed, I think all the issues discussed today, especially highlighted by the Honorable LO, will be taken care of. So, sir, I think with this clarification I made, before I resume my seat, once again I would request the Honorable Leader of Opposition, with my clarification, to kindly withdraw their resolution.
Can I know the mind of the Honorable LO, the mover of this resolution, whether he will withdraw his resolution or not?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Before I express my mind to withdraw, I would like to, at the very outset, thank the Honorable Deputy CM very, very profusely for his power of comprehension of this problem, which is a reality and which we need to overcome. Now, we have to weaponize the available commitments of Government of India to achieve this at the earliest. Honorable Deputy CM is aware of one letter which was sent to State Government of Meghalaya, informing that the Government of India is already contemplating to give effect, to take up the amendment of the Constitution of India in respect to the 6th schedule of the Constitution of India in sync with the, to give effect to the objectives of the tax settlement agreement between the three signatories, Union Government, the State Government, and the then pre-disbanded ANBC. Now signed on 24th of September 2014 at New Delhi in presence of Sri Rajnath Singh, Honorable Union Home Minister, Sri Kiran Rijiju, Honorable Minister of State Home, Dr. Mukul M. Sangma, Honorable Chief Minister of Meghalaya, and Mrs. Rosan Wardry, Honorable Home Minister of Meghalaya. This is a collective intent which must be revered in as far as this tax settlement is concerned. And precisely to give effect to this intent, as has been formatted in the tax settlement agreement after exhaustive due diligence and discussion, now they have embarked upon the measure to amend the relevant provision of the 6th schedule of the Constitution of India. But the problem is, as we are all aware, that this amendment was tabled in the Parliament 6 years before. There's undue delay. Our people are suffering. Our people have been promised. This August House have witnessed this promise, and we have collectively expected. And Government of India also, because of our persistence in 2015-16, they wrote that letter. So I think we have to see that reasons for the delay. We can never take Parliament for granted. We never know how the Parliament will decide. If all the things are clubbed together, because in this proposed 125th amendment, all other provisions in relation to the need to give effect to the amendment of the 6th schedule of the Constitution of India also cover other ADCs. Therefore, the scope of debate and discussion has become too big, and therefore the delay. That is what I presume. I can take, as I have said, take the wisdom of the Parliament for granted. But then I think we have to take up this issue specifically in respect of the ADCs of Meghalaya. That is my submission. I think we should, because see, 6 years, we have the reasons to persuade. Yes, I think it is only appropriate and befitting for us to take up this issue separately. Take up with Government of India that segregate this aspect in as far as the proposed amendment in respect of the sixth schedule provision for the state of Meghalaya is concerned, because you have all those other sixth schedule areas proposed amendment. It's very, I must say, involving too many stakeholders beyond the stakeholders which is confined to the state of Meghalaya in as far as the sixth schedule area is concerned. So may I therefore, with this assurance that we put pressure again. I know that this discussion is on. I do not disagree that Honorable Chief Minister or the Deputy Chief Minister in charge may not be taking it up. I know that we must have been taking it up. But I think we'll have to change our strategy, because 6 years is too long a time. Even that timing of introduction of that amendment from 2014 to 19 is 5 years already. Then another 6 years. So therefore, my submission through you, Mr. Speaker, shall be that may we get the categorical assurance from the government to urge upon the Government of India with utmost seriousness, reflecting the kind of crisis that our ADCs are facing in absence of this amendment. I think it is only appropriate that the government should indicate. And another thing is that we can always, I know that sometimes it may be considered as illogical or a precedence, but sometimes, as I have said, when we are confronted with challenges from which we need to come out, we'll have to find a way. How do we resolve that particular issue of enabling the ADCs to pay a salary? I think government can pay some advance and always readjust it subsequently. We have tried earlier. We have paid advance. Even the salaries, even the pension for the MDCs, retired MDCs, we have paid in advance. So now we, as Government of India once told us after that increase of the quantum of the transfer of your share of taxes based on that Finance Commission recommendation, increasing from 32% to 42%. They say you are flushed with money. So therefore, certain amount of money, I don't think it's a big amount. At least some relief can be done by way of advance, both for Garo's Autonomous District Council and Jaintia's Autonomous District Council. Our honorable member from Ampati, while making this submission, has indicated this one. So with these few requests and submission, in the best interest of our people and to give fruition to our collective intent of coming out of this crisis, I make this submission and would like to just see the response before I express my opinion on the opinion to withdraw or otherwise of the resolution.
Thank you, sir. Sir, yes, once again, I think let me first take up the last point raised by the Honorable LO relating to the salary crisis faced by both this council. One is Jaintia and number two is Garo Hills District Council. Let me be frank with you. Sir, in fact, as of now, even from the share, it is already minus. See, that's why, sir, I think the other day I've already replied. Why ultimately government seen the serious consequences if we just leave it like that? Why we said, why the Honorable Chief Minister that day said, we are willing to step in, bailing out the crisis. I think this is the issue where we are right now. That day, sir, I've already clarified. I said that don't worry, please don't have any kind of political agenda that we have from the government side, but really we are serious thinking about the welfare, about the livelihood of the employees of these two district councils, which is really very, very unfortunate. So, sir, I will not reply much on this because, as I said to you, we already constituted a committee, be it from the state level as well as to all the three district council, and now this subcommittee is now on the job. They already even started the meeting with the MDCs, with the stakeholders, even with the employees. And then we have kept that within 45 days, they need to submit a report. We are sincere enough about it, and we are so serious about it. Why we are so serious? Because even CM, he went up to the extent to say that from November, we would like to at least bail out something. So, sir, I will not elaborate much about this since we are waiting for the report from these two committees. So, as far as this issue, again, the amendment, 125th amendment, sir, I could see, though I'm not member of the parliament, but I could see, number one, I could see the seriousness of the government. Because when they introduced in 2019, immediately they refer this proposed amendment of 125th amendment to the Standing Parliamentary Committee. And this Standing Parliamentary Committee, they have already visited all the states. They visited all the states who has this council. And now, in the year 2021, they submitted even the report. Though I don't have the exact date, the exact month, but in 2021, they submitted the report, and now the Home Affairs Ministry is examining, and I'm very sure, because recently when I discussed with the Honorable Chief Minister, when he met the Honorable Home Minister, Chief Minister has already spoken, and sir, not only us who has this problem, be it Mizoram, be it Nagaland, and be it Meghalaya, these are the three district council which is directly affected. So we will not sleep. We will push that this 125th amendment bill is passed in the parliament. And once that is done, I'm very sure this kind of tension that we have, this kind of challenges that we have in all these three district council can be ultimately resolved. So with this few words, once again, sir, I would request once again the Honorable LO to kindly withdraw the resolution.
Yes, please.
Mr. Speaker, sir, again, I would like to thank the Honorable Deputy CM. And with this observation, one observation, I would like to indicate my mind. Now, the issue of being able to create the sense of urgency in Government of India is very crucial for us, because the standing committee, we are all aware, have gone around, and then consultations have been made. 2 years they took, and then 2021 they have submitted. 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 4 years. That's the reason why we must be able to press upon the Government of India to create that sense of urgency, keeping in mind the situation which we are confronted by. It is very painful when villagers are going and meeting the agitating employees. Some are crying, some are ringing us up. So, keeping in that mind, to create the sense of urgency in as far as the decision to be taken by Government of India is necessary. Therefore, this exercise of the state government to release some advance can be weaponized by the state government to really create that sense of urgency. Look, we have been compelled because of this, because we cannot be just silent spectator. Though the whole burden of responsibility was vested upon Government of India, but since this delay has taken place, therefore we had no other choice but had to give in advance some amount which should be reimbursed by Government of India. I think certain weaponization of these type of decisions can help us also. This is my submission, and it is up to your wisdom to take it or throw it, but I suggest this, and with these few words, I would like to withdraw this resolution, Mr. Speaker. I take the leave of the House to withdraw this resolution.
Thank you. Since the mover has withdrawn his resolution, now let me put a question before the House. The question is that the honourable mover has leave of the House to withdraw his resolution. Those who are in favour say aye. Those who are in favor, against say no. The ayes have it, the ayes have it, and the resolution has been withdrawn with the leave of the House. Now the House stands adjourned till 10 a.m. on Friday, the 12th September 2025.